Hey, how's it going, everyone? Back again with my weekly live stream. I have come up with an agenda, just what I plan to talk about today. I'm going to go through very brief commentary, I guess, on the flat Earth, ball Earth stuff. Just my vantage point on that. I'll read the Lord's Prayer, go through Proverbs 44. Relatively short chapter, very good one. And then I'll go through some common questions. So I just kind of went through my comment board, which a lot of stuff does not make it. I delete a lot of it. But I still, tuck it in the back of my mind, what was brought up. And so I made a list of things that people have said over the time that I've been on YouTube, and I'll address those, in bullet form. There's probably more. I just can't remember them all, but I made a list of about 10 items that keep coming up. And so, I'll go through those and try and tie it into Proverbs 44 as well. Hey, Mies Kang, what's up, man? Good to see you, buddy. So yeah, I'll do that, and just, if people want to dig in deeper or, that kind of thing, because there are certain times where if I'm in a particular mood, it's not always predictable. I may just delete the comment and not respond to it. I try and respond if I feel like the person is sort of asking sincerely, or I can use the question or comment as a point of learning in case somebody else comes by later. And so I'll do that. But lately, I haven't had that much patience with stuff like that. But, this list may help, and just for me, it's also a good mental process for me to go through why I believe what I believe and make sure that it's rooted in, things that are biblical and make sense and all that kind of stuff. I do caveat, and I hope that I make this clear, that God existing is a major thing for me, and that's an incredible gift that I believe comes for free with the flat Earth, flat stationary Earth. And then the things that I share on my channel, I don't want people to think that they're routine, that they're common for me, just like it's matter of fact. I mean, I'm like most people living in this generation. God is very, very taboo to talk about, even amongst religious people. Thankfully, that's not everywhere on Earth, and flat Earth, I feel like, is giving a lot of people courage and, an actual reason, a technical reason to talk about God, whether just to themselves or people around them, in a very, very real way, in a very fresh way. And I would say that has definitely happened for me, and I express that hopefully through this channel. And so, I don't want the stuff that I share to come across matter of fact, because it's not. But for some people, it's challenging, because I would say a few people that come by here, I would say, are more on the advanced level of God, and, it's not a major issue for them. And then so I try and, whatever I can, give them something, that's interesting for them. And then there are also people who are wrestling with God's existence, which I still do every single day. But I would say it's tipped heavily in the favor of God over the last year or two. And a lot of it is because of the flat stationary Earth. And so it's a very important topic for me, very near and dear to my heart. Anybody, out there who's involved in it in any way, I think it's just an amazing community that, God is using, to bring people closer to him. And so there's a lot of characters and people who are in it for the wrong reasons. That's obvious. I hope that I'm not one of them. But nonetheless, that doesn't change the fact that the flat stationary Earth has forced me to think about things in a completely different way, my physical reality, and then my biblical interpretation and fervor, really, in searching the Bible for answers, and I think it's a great place to go, for sure. So, hey, Flat Earth Boxer, what's up, man? And Amanda Young, good to see you. Good to see you all. So that's the plan. I don't really know, like the flat earth to me is incredible. Like, the black swan has been getting a lot of press, and for good reason. It has completely handicapped the ballers, and taken away their precious jewel of this edge that they've been using to coyfully hide the bottom of things. And so now that's been uncovered. And so, I feel like, they're very much on their heels, and so they you can just kind of get a sense with the vibe for people who are in on these debates that the vibe has changed, for sure. That is not an observation, the black swan, that is typical by any means. And that's the same thing with any model in anything else. The extremes of it, the quote boundary cases, are the things that actually define how robust the model is. It's like any model can be made down the middle and work, and then that's, it's pretty close to the average and stuff, but it's when we lean on it, and this has spiritual implications as well. It's the same thing, it's only when we lean on God in a way that is unusual does it really give him attention. And it's the same kind of thing with the heliocentric model, which is just a collection of websites and government shills and stuff like that. When the model gets stretched, then which the black swan does, and I'm certain if somebody could scour the entire internet, they could find stuff more extreme than that. We just don't have it made available to us. And so, hey, Due North, what's up, man? What is black swan? Black swan is an image of two oil platforms off the coast of California. That furthest one is 9.5 miles away, and the horizon is seen beyond it, the furthest one. And the incredible thing about it is not that, because that's possible on any geometry, is that it was taken at a 1 foot elevation, 1 or 2 feet, 5 feet at the absolute most. And so that is a major problem for the ball earthers. And so they're running for the hills. They're running for the infinite refraction hills. And it's good to see them run, like for all the people out there who've taken a beating on these stupid panels, like non sequitur and all that. We're getting browbeaten by people who are not that intelligent. That's let me know if you guys don't want moderator stuff. I don't do that in any way, just if I know you, then I'll just give you a wrench. But if you don't want it, I can take it away. I think I know who Due North is, man. Welcome, dude. It's been a while. Good to see you. But yeah, so that's a status with the black swan, and it only gets worse. This is just, even like all the really, really long distance photography and all that. It's like, it's not going to get, it's just going to get further and further that people are going to see things. The technology does not devolve at all. And so we don't even know how far that horizon is. It could be 15 miles. It could be 25 miles. Who knows? It's far. And so it's cool now. So now really what I've been posting in the last couple videos is now the playing field is level now. They cannot cite this fictitious obstructive edge when looking at images bottom up. And so that's the cool thing about this result, this black swan. And so that's where we're at. And so I think that now it's really just a ray tracing competition, and so we don't really need to get into that because it could go both ways. That's the thing that has made this argument very technically neutral, kind of sterilized it, is that, they've shown us with Rumpus's nonsense that they can just make up stuff, and so they can make the rays go in any direction. And so the only thing that we can constrain them to is what physical medium would allow those rays to do what they're doing, that they claim that they're doing. And that's the part that they're going to lose. because the rays don't curve, on their own. Like there would have to be a very, very special reason that light rays would constantly curve, over a ball Earth, and then that kind of thing. And so that they've already lost. Like everybody I would say has kind of already known this. Like all the Oakleys and the Sleeping Warriors and the Ranties, they know all this stuff, but what's kind of dripping down to us. And so that's what's going on. Rumpus's entire PDF is just straight gibberish, and he's making it that complicated, all these arrows flying all over the place on purpose to make it confusing. But the cool thing about truth is that a person's lying, eventually they're going to have to say something that is technically incorrect. And so that is the part that is technically incorrect. You could show that. Just pose that question verbally to any high school science teacher. They have no idea what you're talking about. They'll be like, what? They'll just change that reaction would actually be kind of cool. If I went to my high school science teacher, physics teacher, I remember his name specifically. And so, he would have no idea, first of all, probably what I'm talking about, why I'm asking. And he would not be able to make up a medium that light rays can travel along the surface and curve over reliably and consistently over Earth curve. That's just straight nonsense. So, if you're a flat earther out there, where you're in good shape biblically, you're in good shape in real life, just what we observe, and you're in good shape technically because light rays don't do that, and I've never, yeah, Ryan, that's correct. Yeah. And Derek Stott, I remember I got so many stories about that high school teacher, man. He was out there. He was really out there. But yeah, so that's that. So, you're in good standing if you're a flat earther on many different levels. And, know that this desire to seek this truth could not have come from a human, because we're ridiculed really for pursuing it. So it's a good place to be. I'm much more comfortable technically than I was, even like a couple months ago. And it's not just because of the black swan visually, it's the responses to the black swan that make me comfortable technically now, because I cannot say the things that come out of Ruhif and Rumpus's and Dean's mouth. I personally could never say that. I know people in my life who are much, much smarter than them. They would never say that. So they don't talk about it. And that's when I know, that's when we know, that's when there's an understanding that we just don't go there. And so that's good for me. They don't have to be a flat earther like me or whatever. That's not up to me to make them a flat earther. And so, but we understand that stuff that they're talking about on the baller side is just technically nonsense. Yeah. Right the hand makes a good point too. It's going to, that's why I wasn't trying to be like disrespectful to people when I put videos like that out, like people don't understand or anything. I just put it in a very simplified way for myself. And so that is a nugget in my brain, and I don't want to be rude to people, but I'm trying to cater to people who just see Rumpus like flash through the file so fast and they don't even know what's going on, And so if they ever do come across a Rumpus in their own life who claims to be this god of optics, the premier optician, then they can start, speaking a language that can bring that person down to the surface, literally, and then engage with them. And then they'll see that something is wrong. They'll see that they'll make up something. They'll not want to draw the medium. They'll not want to draw it. They'll not want to explain it and all that kind of stuff. And it's exactly the same thing as what Oakley says. If you're in a medium that's non-physical, why talk to somebody? You might as well talk about like Narnia, or some place that doesn't exist. And that place, that medium above the surface of the curved earth, will not allow rays to do that. They will not. That would be such a unique and non-physical medium that would constantly guide the ray, over a curved earth. So that's where it's at. And just quickly check the chat. Chris Berry, good to see you, man. Ryan Eartherton, what's up, man? Right the hand. Right the hand. Your energy is great, man. Just what's up, dude? Evan Brack, what's up? Greeks aren't black. Okay, thanks for that. Black Spokane 4, what's up, man? Greeks looked just like Israelites, but weren't circumcised. Yeah, we'll get into that a little bit if you guys, not that you need me to discuss that, but if you want, that'll probably come up in these questions that I made. So I'm just going to read the Lord's Prayer. I always do that to start off. It's I remember praying this as a kid, in grade school. I had no idea what I was saying. My family's Hindu, but it sticks with me during those days. And I remember a girl in our class was Jehovah's Witness, and she left. She did not want to be in the room when we were saying the Lord's Prayer, which I thought was very strange. But Matthew 6:9-15 reads, "After this manner, therefore pray, our Father which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. For if you forgive men their trespasses, your heavenly Father will also forgive you. But if you forgive not men their trespasses, neither will your Father forgive your trespasses." So I'm going to read Proverbs 44. It is actually. It's Psalms 44. Dang. Okay, I'll fix my title. So I thought it was Proverbs 44, but it's actually Psalms 44 that I'm going to do today. And then I will go through, my list. And then if people are around and want to chat, I just put the link in the description. I just ask the people turn their video off because, there's no reason unless you're sharing your screen or whatever. Just turn your video off. And no trolls, please. I've not that this is any kind of sacrifice, but there's been enough of that for me. So just normal human beings are welcome. Okay, Psalm 44. The title is "Come to Our Help." "O God, we have heard with our ears. Our fathers have told us what deeds you performed in the days of old. You with your own hand drove out the nations, but them you planted. You afflicted the peoples, but them you set free. For not by their own sword did they win the land, nor did their own arm save them, but your right hand and your arm and the light of your face, and you delighted in them. You are King, O God, ordained salvation for Jacob. Through you we push down our foes. Through your name we tread down those who rise up against us. For not in my bow do I trust, nor can my sword save me, but you have saved us from our foes and have put to shame those who hate us. In God we have boasted continually, and we will give thanks to your name forever. But you have rejected us and disgraced us, and have not gone out with our armies. You have made us turn back from the foe, and those who hate us have gotten spoil. You have made us like sheep for slaughter, and have scattered us among the nations." That's very important. That's a recurring theme in the Bible for people who get too caught up. And hopefully I don't do that in this channel. God's people are everywhere. That's just what it is. It's not just here. I promise you, it's everywhere in the Bible. It's a judgment. It's something God wanted. And when a group is dispersed like that, their strength is taken away, and it's weakened. And so that is required. And for those who can accept this, it's needed for the mark of the beast. Verse 11. You have made us like sheep for slaughter, and have scattered us among the nations. You have sold your people for a trifle, demanding no high price for them. Again, this is God doing this. I know this is not what people are taught in churches, but you're not going to get that on this channel. I'm sorry. Hopefully people get that by now. God is doing all this. If you feel enslaved, you feel whatever you feel, God is doing that to you. And I know that that's difficult because we don't imagine a God would do that. There's a reason for it, for sure. And hopefully that's made clear, in the Bible and in my channel. You have made us the taunt of our neighbors, the derision and scorn of those around us. You have made us a byword among the nations, a laughingstock among the people. All day long my disgrace is before me, and shame has covered my face. At the sound of the taunter and reviler, at the sound of the enemy and the avenger. So when we get ridiculed for being flat earthers, being people who think the Bible is relevant and all that kind of stuff, know that God is the one who is architecting the opposition. All this has come upon us, though we have not forgotten you, and we have not been false to your covenant. Our heart has not turned back, nor have our steps departed from your way. Yet you have broken us in place of jackals and covered us with the shadow of death. If we had forgotten the name of our God or spread out our hands to a foreign God, would not God discover this? For he knows the secrets of the heart. Yet for your sake, we are killed all the day long. We are regarded as sheep to be slaughtered. Awake, why are you sleeping, O Lord? Rouse yourself. Do not reject us forever. Why do you hide your face? Why do you forget our affliction and oppression? For our soul is bowed down to the dust. Our belly clings to the ground. Rise up, come to our help. Redeem us for the sake of your steadfast love. And so I want people to understand really what is being said here in Psalm 44 is prophetic about the scattering, but it's also does explain. And really, I think a lot of times when people pray, they kind of get their answer while they're praying. And if this were a prayer, the answer is really here in verse 25. For our soul is bowed to the dust, our belly clings to the ground. And so that's it will always be the case. And I say this confidently, anything that we go through that humbles us, God did that. That is what God wanted. That would be part, if not all, sometimes the reason why those things happen. And so this is the position that God wants really all of us to cry out to him when our belly is clinging to the ground, and people don't like that. They're like, why does God do this? He's just trying to flex his authority and all that on us. That's true. That is true. That is what we need, is that we need authority, but we need righteous authority, and we need it by the entity that made us, because it is only if he is using us for a purpose that he enjoys, does it make sense for us to do anything, and to have any kind of purpose, for our existence. And so that's always the right answer. Just like God always loves the poor, that's the correct answer. God always loves humility. That is the correct answer. God always loves the widows. God always loved the sojourner, the person who's foreign to a land. God loves these. These are narratives. These are threads throughout the entire Bible. And it's good to align with those in whatever way that we can. We always have we always have one or two trolls. Like, they just have nothing better to do but to come by when a person is reading the Bible on a Saturday night. They have absolutely nothing better to do. I just find it hilarious. Okay, so so that I'm going to go through this list of things. So I haven't prepared any answers to this. These are just, I made these a few minutes before I started. Made 9 questions, and then I have a couple things to leave people on to think about. But the first thing, why are we the generation? People always say this is it. And that's a very, very valid question, because my channel talks about the end times, almost exclusively. Why us? Why us? Why not the next one? Why not the one after that? And so it's, I would say it's a good thing when a person wants it to be the end times. It's just, it becomes sinful when obviously a person tries to make money off of it, and then knows it for certain, because Jesus even says that the end times only the Most High knows. And so that's the main, even if you read, like, for people who read the entire Bible, everybody's asking. Ezra is asking, Apostle Paul's asking, all the disciples are asking, when is the end? When is the end? When is the end? Like, this is like way back in the day. And so they've always been asking, and if you read the Psalms, it's all about, this book is all about salvation. And so it's been groaning from the beginning, about salvation and the quote end times. And so it's not wrong to say, that I hope that we're in the end times, because the end times represents God manifesting his final judgments and then establishing the kingdom of heaven on earth. So that's not a bad thing. I mean, that's like I said, even people who have a fairly good life here, righteous people still cry out to God, for fundamentally why we're here. No one has an answer. Our government's not going to give you that. Your parents will not. We don't have a clue. I'm not trying to be rude. No one has any idea. We just figured out the earth was flat, for me, fairly recently, in a somewhat rigorous way. And so that's not a shot to anybody on either side, but we don't know, why we're here. And so these questions, the Bible says, will be answered, and Paul even says that they prophesy in part even in that time. And so we do have a little bit better clarity, obviously, now, because we have many years that have gone by. But everything's in part, everything's in a fraction. The love that we receive, the love that we can offer is in fractions. The knowledge that we can, share and receive is also in a fraction, and all that kind of stuff. And so even purity is in a fraction, here on earth. And so it's a low fraction, like I'm laughing at myself. So everything is a diluted version of what God can offer. And so it's never a bad thing to state that, because people have been doing it throughout human history. And so just we can never, anybody who does this quote end time stuff can never profit off it in any financial way. And even possibly not sinister, but more subtle, is doing it emotionally, and I have to check myself sometimes. I cannot do this to profit from this in an emotional way either. And so that's the difficult thing, I would say, for me, when I share my thoughts, because, I just sometimes I'm sharing things just as a brain dump, just to get it out. And it's not meant to be called prophetic, but, it is what it is. I have to kind of check myself, but we cannot profit off of anything that God is planning to do or is doing right now or has done in the past in a financial or emotional way. And we see a lot of that. Second question I get a lot is, why are there so many religions? And I've thought about this a lot throughout my life, and I would say I know now more. Again, if the narrative that I share on my channel is true, it doesn't bother me, because God is behind this, and it said this in many, many places in the Bible. God has invented all these absurd religions. Pete Shea, who just talks about Aristarchus and the dodo and how the earth is 422 years old. Like, I don't even know what to say. Like, that is a function of God giving somebody just a chaotic, confusing spirit. And so people take Pete seriously in the days that we live in now. And, obviously the stuff that I teach is wrong as well. No one should take me seriously as well. But there are, people on the religious side and non-religious side know that Pete's out of his mind. And, he gets hours and hours on live streams, and I'm not envious that he gets hours and hours. It's just, it's just a waste of time to listen to somebody like that. And it's just crazy. And for somebody to make that many incoherent statements and be taken seriously is a function of God. That's a spiritual thing, because he will not change his stance, and Pete is just one of the many, many examples out there of everybody and their grandmother who has an opinion on everything. And so that's why God made this, and God sends a perverse spirit, a confusing spirit, whenever it suits his purpose. And so ultimately, for those who can accept this, everything that's going on earth is for God's children, whoever those people are, male and female. He's trying to confuse them, but he wants them to not be deceived. And why he's doing that for the next thing for them, no one can imagine, the Bible says. But God sends the delusion. If you don't like that, the Bible, I don't think, is a good place for you. Because again, if it only said it once, I wouldn't push it that heavy, but it's everywhere. God is involved in all deceptions at the macro level. But on the micro, person-to-person level, that does not give me or anybody a license to go and lie. God hates lies on the individual level. He hates them, especially obviously when they involve him, in the Bible. And so, just because God's doing it for conditioning, none of us are conditioning anybody to do anything. We're just trying to figure out what's going on. And I say that respectfully. So don't think that we can get away with it just because whatever, we'll make up some reason. Oh, I'm trying to condition the person to. No, God is conducting it. And until we can start doing the optimizations God's doing, we don't have the license to go and send delusions to people to condition them. No, God at all instances loves the truth. It doesn't matter if this society hates the truth. Who cares? God doesn't care about the majority of the goings on earth in any kind of like eternal way. And so that will never change. And that is also echoed throughout the entire Bible, that God hates anybody who is lying and deceitful. And that's a challenge, because it's very, very tempting to be that way. And we don't even know it all the time. Another question I get is, what difference does it make what color Jesus was? It's interesting. I sympathize with that question, because there was many, many years of my life where I was wondering, what did he look like? And I just wouldn't get an answer. And so, I didn't dig deep into the Bible to look for an answer, because it is there. But it's almost the same as the question that I'm going to ask is, who cares whether the earth is flat or not? It's like, what difference does it make? And so we get that from baller. So when somebody says that to me, I just have this like baller alarm go off in my head. That person is just not intelligent. That's obviously somebody who just did not even stop for 30 seconds before asking the question to think of it themselves. Like what does it matter? Of course it matters. If Jesus Christ was East Indian, then I would push that he's East Indian and we would explain why that's important. If he's Chinese, if he was Japanese or whatever he was, that would matter. I'm sorry. And so at a deeper level, it matters because the Bible says that Jesus, his people hear his voice. And so that Jesus that's communicating with me is a dark-skinned Jesus. If people don't like that, they might still be able to get something from my channel. But this channel and really my whole life is looking for people who are being led by the same Spirit. And there's not many people, and I don't expect there to be. But that's what I feel everybody should do. That's fundamentally what everybody sort of does, is they're all looking like, oh, you're a Republican. Okay, you're with me. You're a Democrat. You're with me. And then you believe these things. And then they get in little groups. Ballers get in their little groups and hangouts and talk amongst themselves and stuff. Everybody does it, whether they know they're doing it or not. And so the group that I care about and I'm looking to reconnect myself with, which I believe this is a spiritual thing, if you can accept reincarnation, is that we've known all these things in our past lives, but it matters, because it means that the God that is the Spirit that's interacting with me is the same one that's interacting with somebody else who tells them that fact and then explains to them obviously how important it is for biblical interpretation and theology, but just to appreciate who he is. He's a dark-skinned person. That's just what it is. God would, for people to understand, I call my channel The Mind of God, hopefully not in an arrogant way, but that is a brilliant mind to understand. Even if we understand a drop of it, God is not going to make himself easy to worship. There's nothing in the Bible that says that. God is not the type of person who just like slops himself in the middle of the town center and just says there, something beautiful for you to worship. No, God hides himself throughout the entire Bible to people that even he loves. And he's doing that for a condition that we can't understand. That part we can't understand, but he's going to make it hard for people to find him. It's just the way it is. Rare things that are of value, God wants people to seek it out, and he wants us to feel like we're a part of it. And even though he's ultimately controlling everything that we know and every day that we have, but this is the co-creation. This is where he's very humble. And, he's going to make him difficult to reach in any generation, even when he visits people, the Israelites, in the past. He wants a specific way, like in the temple, for example, for it to be set up. He wanted it very precise and, elegant and holy. And people have to work towards making it and keeping it, undefiled. And so it's the same thing in this generation. It's no different. Like, why would he just change his mind? So God is going to make himself in the midst of all these lies, ball earth, government propaganda, yada, 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 every lustful thought that we have, everything that our body wants us to worship our own impulses over God. All those things are ways that God is putting a distance between him and us, but he wants people to overcome those, and people who've done it throughout human history. Those are the people that are closest to God, and I would say it's very obvious in the days that we live in now that it's a good use of a person's energy to do that, to seek the God of the Israelites, of the Bible, for sure. I say that very, very confidently. I would say I have not been able to say that as confidently in the past throughout my Christian journey, but do it. And he's dark-skinned. It's just appreciate him for who he was. If anybody can appreciate the narrative in the Bible, this individual who just came and wanted to tell people to love and forgive and all that, he was pinned on a cross, brutally. And so who he is, every aspect of him, his height, the Bible says he's very tall, in Esdras. And so his hair, the way he looks, his skin, his personality, what he finds funny, what he doesn't find funny, what he finds faithful, what he doesn't find faithful, all those things should be worship, and I would say it's a good idea to come up with new ways, innovative ways to worship the God of the Bible, because in the spirit world, it just won't stop. That's the way it will be. And so a lot of us are just doing it now. People have been doing it for a long time, but it's never a bad idea to worship him for who he is. His his characteristics, his personality, and also just the way he looks. And so it's just what it is. If Jesus was anything else, I would, and the Bible said it, I would teach that. And so it's not important, but it's also extremely important at the exact same time. The Bible is full of contradictions. This is the one that I get a lot, and not a lot, but like this is the one that is implied in a lot of comments, I would say. And so I agree. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It is. It's filled with a lot of contradictions, and they're all there on purpose. You know, I don't think people will like that answer, but it's just what it is. You know, there's a lot of times where God says do one thing, and then somewhere else he'll say do something else. You know, and like there's a time for war, and then there's a time for peace. There's a time for this, and then there's a time for coming together and being brotherly and all that, and then there's a time for division. So there's contradictions all over the place, and you know, that's in many ways too, the biggest sort of contradiction is that how can the God who is pure send his pure son to hang on the cross for doing nothing wrong? That is actually a contradiction in terms of the way that our society has programmed us. So there are many contradictions like that actually should lead a person to worship. And so you don't just get all the ones where one story comes across one way and then it's reported somewhere else in a different way and all that. That God does this on purpose. Like, I don't know. It's very obvious to me. I hope it's obvious to other people. God, again, for people to understand the mind of God looking downwards, like I said earlier, with so many religions, God has made a book and a truth narrative that is needed for other people to come in to manipulate it, you know, and use it for their own gain. And so he's going to put hooks in there that talk about health and wealth, you know, like God wants people to be wealthy. And so that's when those pastors will come in and milk those verses. Then he'll have another set of verses that say, you know, the white man's going to be our slave in the kingdom because he wants other people to come in and use those maliciously, like a lot of the Hebrews do. Then he's going to have another set of verses that say the 144,000 are God's elect, and those are the only people God cares about. So the Jehovah's Witnesses will come in and swoop in and put their feet in those shoes. He has all these hooks for all these people. And he let Paul write a lot of the New Testament, even though I would say Paul is a bit wordy, because he needed the confusion of even the non-virgin birth, because people cite Paul's stuff probably the most for that. And then they also cite faith without works in Paul's writing, when James speaks out against that, and really the whole Bible speaks out against that. And so God is the author of all this confusion. And so why didn't God just say the earth is flat? Well, he did. He wants people to read the deeper parts and interpolate between Genesis, Joshua, Job, everywhere where it says that the earth doesn't move. And so that's the way he's doing it, you know. And so that should be obvious at this point now. But there are certain contradictions relative to the way that we're programmed on earth right now. How can God, who made everything, come and wash his disciples' feet, like their dirty feet? Because like they didn't have like socks and, you know, lotion and stuff. You know, I'm not trying to make light of that situation, but this is the God of the universe getting down on his knees and cleaning a dirty feet. And so that's a contradiction, you know, because that's not what we're taught here. How many CEOs will even talk to people who they don't even know who's in their company, much less go and talk to them, even just like as they're normal human beings, much less take their socks off and clean their feet. That's a contradiction, you know, relative to the programming, the way we've been brainwashed in the world that we live in now. And so there's a lot of contradictions that will lead us to actually worship God. And then there's a lot of other contradictions that may or may not be real or interesting or significant. You know, it's just a lot of people telling a lot of stories. And so they'll have a different way of wording things potentially. And so the biggest contradiction that I wrestle with, full disclosure, but to me is the one that pins us in the end times the most, is that a person is required to lie to live here in the times that we live in now. No one can change my mind on that. That's just what it is. I've experienced it. I see it everywhere around me. A person is required to lie, in the very least, be slightly stupid. And then to me, that leads to being effeminate if you're a man. And that is, to me, the reason why we're in the end times. And so that is the biggest contradiction for me personally in the Bible, is how can God say that he loves the law, but create an entire world where the law is completely void and actively, you know, not allowed, you know, ridiculed if anybody pursues it, or actually you will not be able to function in the society. How can God say that he loves the law when the entire world is subject to a system that's anti-law, or the beast system? And so that is the biggest contradiction. If people want to see my full set of cards, that is the biggest one. And I ask God that regularly. So when he responds to me, recently he's been saying, okay, so you don't want to work in corporate America because you don't like lying in job interviews. Okay, fair enough. But like, you're lying when you date women. And so this is the negotiation that I would say people do who interact with God directly. And so God has negotiated with me. And so I have to drop the dating, and so I can't like, cherry pick the Bible to suit what I like and don't like. And so these are just things that we should do with God, complain to him, about things that we see, but then he's going to examine our own life. And, just like I read here actually in Psalms 44, this is a good one. For he knows the secrets of the heart. If we had forgotten the name of our God or spread out our hands to a foreign God, would not God discover this? For he knows the secrets of the heart. That is verse 21. And so, yeah, I can't hoodwink God. I can't come in and bamboozle, God, and start making deals with him and all that, and whine and complain about things that I don't like. But then he's going to examine, all forms of hypocrisy in my life. And so that's just the way it is. And so I think anybody who approaches the God of the Bible, we've been taught that he's dumb. I'll warn you, he's not. He's not. You cannot trick him. You can't bribe him. You can't wine and dine this God. That is not the way it works. He is going to examine every aspect of everything that we do, why we do it, all the time. And that's a good thing for those people who are open to that type of feedback from the entity that made us. How can God have a chosen people when he's no respecter of persons? This, I would say, is a good question, but this is actually probably the easiest one for me to answer, is that God's chosen people are the people that want God. It's very simple. It's not complicated. We've gotten on many of these hangouts and asked people like George and all. I don't know what can happen to these people. These people can flip the script. God can put a spirit in them and do anything that he wants. And we've seen that. So I'm not calling them out as if they're evil or permanently banned from the kingdom or whatever, but just they've told us this. They don't. Simon Dan explicitly has said this to me in a chat. Dean, Stingray, others, they just don't want to live after they're done. Aaron Raw, they just don't want to live. They're just telling us that. It's like a fact. It's just like me through this channel saying I do want to live, outside of the body and carry on outside of God and continue to enjoy him. I say that freely. I say that every day in my own murmurings. And so it's just self-evident by what people say, and so there's no one should get in a real tiff like, oh, how can God only love the so-called Negroes? How come God only loves these particular people? That's not the case. God, like I've read here in Psalms 44 and everywhere, God's spirit is in all nations. God has poured out his spirit on people in every part of earth. And all we're doing is expressing a desire that has been planted in us by God. And so that's God's children. That's what it is. A person that pursues truth intensely and acknowledges Christ for who he is, not a made up God that's outside of the Bible. Oh, I like this part, I'll take this part away. God, I don't like too dark skin, a little bit lighter skin, lower the complexion. No, that you've just made up your own God. You will not enjoy the God that I share on this channel. And God hates people who do that. That person is just a disgusting human being who does that. This is the very entity that made us. He's not negotiating the way that he looks, what he likes, what he doesn't like with people like us. We're idiots compared to him. And I say that, I put we, all of us, collectively, a droplet of what God can produce and his creativity. And so don't do that. God's chosen people are those that want to worship him in spirit and in truth. The spirit is out of the body, means that child wants to live on and continue to worship him, like it literally said here in Psalms 44. So we can sing of God's work and praise him forever. Let me get that verse, because that was actually a good one. Yeah. In God we have boasted continually, and we will give thanks to your name forever. None of us can make an earth. None of us can make people, put a spirit in them, give them a sense of autonomy. This is just the beginning. Who knows, and I say this respectfully, what God's doing in other dimensions. So who are we to make up a God? You know, just to find another religion. I say that to any of us. Just go away. You know, this God is who he is. And God says that anybody who acknowledges him here publicly for who he is, he will acknowledge them before the Father. And so that's what it is. Worship God in spirit and in truth. And there are a lot of truths. God made a flat stationary earth. You know, we know that now. And God invented this antichrist system for a very brief period of time, as the Bible says, to condition, you know, his children. And so God did it. And so just know that. And the delicate, difficult thing, and hopefully, you know, we can brainstorm sometimes here. How do we operate in a system like that? It's not easy. I definitely do not have the answers. I do not. But, you know, that's something that God will work with each person individually, how to do that. How can God? So that's God's chosen people is self-evident by their natural, I would say, God-infused desire to reconnect with him. Does the Bible say the earth is flat explicitly? I haven't seen it, but it's implied. Again, God is behind the deception. He's telling us that he's behind the deception because the people that are supporting a view against it are out of their mind, literally. They're just completely evil. And it would be a little bit harder to discern if they were normal, you know, not trying to, you know, take people's jobs, call licensing authorities, make fun of us. We're stupid because we're asking questions. Oh, you don't believe that these buildings are moving, all this. We know that they're evil. And so like, we don't even need to get into the ray tracing and all that. That's just cherry on top. But, you know, shout out to the people that do spend time like Chris Berry on those kind of things because they help us. They help us have faith in a creator, knowing not just our surroundings, but also other people care about truth. And so that implies that it's not just evil winning and only the strong survive in this Darwinian thing, that there is a shimmer of light on earth, and that can only come from God. You know, that's what the Bible says. Anything that is truthful and all that, God is the only entity that can provide that or infuse that. Who cares whether the earth is flat or not is the same as what difference does it make what Jesus's color is. They're all the same thing. They're all true. This one has a more immediate impact on a person's life, but you know, it should be very, very obvious. For me personally, it's allows me to read the Bible in a very, very different way. It's in the past I read it and was interested in it, but now I read it like a textbook, you know. Obviously it's not structured like a textbook, but I read it absolutely no different than any of my engineering textbooks where I wanted to do well in that class. And so it's a difficult thing with the Bible to, when you put the textbook away in school, you know how to do well. You go to a test and you write down stuff, regurgitate, slurp and burp, as we called it in high school. It's different with God in the sense that the things that he wants us to do after the Bible is collapsed, is to, look after other people, even our enemies, which is a very, very difficult standard that he sets through his son, you know. And so Jesus Christ asked the Father to forgive those who did that to him, brutally killed purity. And so that is a standard, and look after the poor and, don't take advantage of other people, and the list goes on. You know, forgive everybody, all that kind of stuff. So that kind of thing. Nukes don't exist. So like, this is something that not to call out flat earth boxer thing. And so if they don't, then it's okay. You know, just for unless you can actually prove it to me, which you can't, I would just say, leave those comments, at rest. It's just fine. You can have that belief. I believe that they do, because that is the way I see this movie narrative playing out. And so if they don't exist, then the Bible is not true, or in the very least, obviously my rendition of it is not true. And so, you win, I guess. But no one's going to prove to me anything with, especially if you're somebody who's a flat earther should know this, that looks fake. It's like, whatever, like a lot of things look fake. Like those are just words, And so again, I'm not trying to minimize or make fun of somebody's critical analysis of anything, but that's nothing to me. That's just waffle. And I'm not trying to be rude, but we get enough of that as people in these debates, like just nonsense. Pete Shea is a flat earther talking gibberish. There's only a certain amount of tolerance I have. And hopefully I'm not trying to sound too mean, but that's just nonsense. Like, please, anybody who tries to do those drive-by comments on my channel, just think about what you're sharing, like, especially if you're a flat earther, think about it. And then especially with the Bible, don't just say, oh, God has a way to do it. God can do it another way. Well, no, why would God not share something like that? The Bible is very specific if you understand the whole thing in the book of Revelation about the way things will go down, and God doesn't want too much ambiguity because then people will lose faith in it. He's like, you're reading this, telling people this is going to happen, but nothing in the world is pointing towards those things. Like, that would be just, I don't know, like, would that be faith, or would that just be a person who's just saying a bunch of things that no one will have any idea or think that will happen? And so God is making all those military parades, quote, military parades in all these countries to let people know that that's where their money is going. That's where our tax dollars are going. That's where all this $1 trillion is missing. That's where the NASA budget goes and all that kind of stuff. They're concerned about space defense, this quote space force, because the Bible says that the earth is going to be invaded, by Jesus Christ himself. And so they're very concerned about defense, and very concerned about defense in the quote unquote atmosphere. And the nukes are an advancement of God's wrath against nations, nation against nation. But in the past, like it says in here and everywhere in the Bible, God used to just fight those wars on his own, just directly. And so it looks like God wants this information that God is teaching people war. And that's what the Bible says. God is doing this, and he's allowing groups to basically work with him on the judgment in the times that we live in now. And so people need something to do, to just be very frank. And I'm not saying that war is a good thing and, be happy about it, but this is all God doing this. No one can even learn how to send something in the air unless God teaches them how to do that. He would need to make the atmosphere to make that projectile, whether it's an airplane or anything, possible. The Bible says a bird cannot even change its elevation, its altitude, without God authoring it, allowing it. And so, of course, he's going to know exactly what's going on with any kind of warfare at all, whether it's in the air or ground base. And so God is doing this, and I want people, as scary as it is, because we look around the world and it's chaotic, for those people who understand the God of the Bible, we take a tremendous amount of comfort in it, because we know now that anything that happens to us, God did it. Whether it's us receiving truth, God did it. Whether it's us receiving some kind of judgment or pain, God did it. And turn to him, and negotiate with him. He's not an idiot, first of all, and he's not as mean and nasty as people have painted him to be. And he's not as invisible, I think, is the worst thing that modern day Christianity has done, as people think that he is. That's not the case. He's open for discussion with the entities that he made. That's just obvious. So as of now, nukes do exist, or I don't know. And hopefully I'm not around to find out, to be totally honest. And hopefully nobody in the chat is either, because when people find out that they exist, it's a bad time on earth. Bad time on earth. We don't want to be there. That's during the wrath of God at the end of the Great Tribulation period. And, we don't want them to exist for us. The last question I had, the mark of the beast will never happen, or is something else besides a chip in the body? I would answer that the same as the nukes don't exist. It's fine, whatever. Then, okay. Then the Bible's not true then, or my interpretation of it's not true. So that's fine. That's just what it is. My bad, I guess. I'm comfortable with that development obviously happening right in front of us, and then it happening the way that more and more people seem to think that it is as well. That it is in the body, and it is going to be forced in order to align that person with the government system, and everybody who doesn't will be outcast and not allowed to exchange in anything, and will be sloughed off or actively killed. And so, that's, again, to be determined, and again, there's a group that won't be there during that time. And I wish none of us are there during that time either. And so I don't want to find out if the mark of the beast is force or nukes do exist. There is a group that will not go through that. And it doesn't hurt to ask God to be in that group. It's like, I don't know why somebody would want to actively go through the Great Tribulation period, but, God programs us for his purpose, and we are at the mercy of whatever narrative that he has scripted for us. I did not consult, God did not consult me on any of this. If what I share ends up happening, then he's been courteous enough to give us warning, through my channel, and that's it. And that's a lot. But he didn't come and ask me about any questions on optics or anything like that, or the end times or the beginning of times or after the end times or anything like that. He's like, hey, I wonder what Shrag thinks about, the kingdom of heaven. Maybe he can give me some ideas. I don't have any ideas. I'm sorry, but the Bible says that we cannot understand or imagine what God has prepared for those that love him. And so that's plenty good enough for me. I don't need to really spend too much time thinking about that anymore, but it's incredible. It has to be incredibly brilliant or nothing, and so for those people who have faith in the God of the Bible, I would cling to the fact that it's going to be brilliant. Last couple of thought experiments, or just to think about as I leave this part. If anybody wants to jump on the panel, just please don't porn bomb my channel or anything like that. But just something to think about as I end this preamble. Think about, what if the Bible is true? And then also think about just as much, and I do this just as much too, what if it's not true? And the Bible itself, just so people know, it should be obvious, is not open to like 50% truth. If anything is wrong in the Bible, like it states something that just doesn't happen or is just not real or physical, it tells us to dismiss it. And so what if the Bible in some parts are just not true and we can dismiss it? And then what if it is true? And so think about that. And I would say think about the both of them with the equal amount of intensity and scrutinize both questions and entertain both. God's not, oh my God, you're mentally cheating on me thinking the Bible is not true. It's like, no, we have a lot of reasons to not even believe in God, much less the God of the Bible. I'm sorry. Like this is God is not stupid. Like I said, he has constructed a beast system and it's in full force, whether people want to believe it or not. And he's not offended. When people think those kind of thoughts, he's made the system that way. And so I would say through flat earth and other things, we now very much have the freedom to entertain the thought, what if the Bible is true? And I ask myself this too, what if it is true? And what if there was an entity who hung on a cross and those that saw that were horrified and knew that they were a part of that reason, that narrative for that to happen, and want to share in his glory? I think that is something to consider, something to think about. A lot of these ballers, especially that we come across, they're not, we know now they're not smart technically, and they're not to be taken seriously. It's for entertainment value only, that we're entertaining them. I would say at this point, it's probably been like that for a long time for people, but it's worth thinking about. And it would be scary if there was no Bible at all. Maybe that's a third question to think about, is just what if there was no documented explanation of what's going to happen for all of us as a group? That's a good third question to entertain. What kind of position would be in? What would be our compass to guide us through a life and all that kind of stuff if we never were told that there is an ending at some point, whether it's in this generation or a future one? What would that do to us as people? And I think that those are things that it's okay and we should think about. So last thing, Revelation 4:11 is the answer for why we're all here. If anybody wants to know, according to the God of the Bible, why are we here? This is a very important question, and it's answered succinctly. And a lot of people don't like this, but too bad for them. And again, not a surprise that it's 4:11. 4 times 11 is 44, same as Psalms 44. It's not that there's only 144 people or 144,000 or 1.44 million or anything like that. It's a number that God likes for completeness. The kingdom of heaven is described as 12 by 12. And so these are just God's mathematician, and invented mathematics. So obviously he will use that. But Revelation 4:11, thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. And so God has created all things, every single thing, every human. And then by, the corollary to that is every thought, everything that has ever been thought of, that has been expressed creatively, to build up, to destroy, and all that, God has invented it and created it. And it says here that it was created for thy pleasure. And so people don't like that. Who cares? If I don't like that, and I'm speaking to myself, I have to just come to grips with that. This is not for me. This is not the T-Mog show, boo-hooing about, and I'm speaking to myself about how much I don't like things going on in the world and all that kind of stuff. Whatever, this is not for me, And so thankfully, I would say for those people who want to fellowship with God, God will allow us to be a part of the things that are pleasurable to him. But that's what it is. That's what the Bible says. And it's obvious. It should be obvious, but it's written very succinctly in Revelation 4:11. I'll read it again. Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power. A majority of the world do not want to give God any of these things. They don't want to give him glory. They don't want to say he existed. They want to give him honor. They're asking Jesus for a blowjob and all this kind of stuff. They don't want to give him any kind of power. They don't want to give him any kind of power on earth in a group and not in their own life. They don't want this. And so I would highly recommend people to not go along with the crowd, because these people are completely retarded. Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things. And for thy pleasure, they are and were created. And so God has made his left and his right-hand side for his pleasure. And so Jesus Christ was made for the Most High's pleasure. And so for those who are in his fold, if we are in that, we were made for his pleasure. And so that's an amazing thing, to think that God can give us a sense of freedom and autonomy, and then script a narrative that will allow us to be something that pleases him. So that's an amazing thing. All right. So that's really all I got this week. I'm just going to go through the chat. See, we don't have that many trolls this week, which is great. Chris Berry, what is Esdras? What are Esdras? 2 books in the Apocrypha, also referred to as Ezra. And I would say for me, my favorite book in possibly all the Bible except Revelation is 2nd Esdras. It's just an incredible book. It's just a person pleading with God, asking him what's going on, what's going on here. And it's they're canonical for sure. Everything in there is consistent with the whole Bible. And so I recommend people read out of this 1611. I have this 1611 Bible here. So it has the Apocrypha right in the middle, so you can read it kind of as a story, and it's fairly sequential. The Apocrypha is an excellent summary, I would say, of the entire Bible, and also prophetic, and also very much inspirational on the day-to-day. And so it's an excellent book, excellent set of books. And for those numerology people, it makes the Bible not 66 books. And so we don't like that number for a lot of reasons, but I can't remember how many books are in the Apocrypha, but 1st and 2nd Esdras are 2 books in that set of books. All right, so I'll just quickly look, see what's going on. Right the hand. How do light rays go sideways coming down from the sky? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe you're asking somebody else in the chat. Sorry. Mies Kang's like infinite refraction for the win. Yeah, dude. I mean, I had to do a double take when Ruhif said that, and he's like, you can quote me on it. I'm like, like he was proud of it. More than infinite refraction. To me, it was almost like, what? Like, I don't understand why somebody would say that in such a cavalier way, but that's crazy. Oh man, Chris Berry's like, they have a doc coming out. They have a 36-mile observation to a car light 6 feet high. Oh my gosh, dude. That's these ballers are totally finished, man. Like this is just painful. How much more infinite room do they have left in their refractor to fix this? It's just nonsense. Don't worry about all these who's an Israelite and all that kind of stuff too much. I think that if the end times are not focused here in America, it puts a big question behind the so-called Negroes being the Israelites. You know, it doesn't mean that they're not necessarily, but it's all interwoven. It's all necessary in order to understand the Bible narrative. And so we know where a concentration of God's people are, you know, and Jesus even says salvation is of the Jews, from him, obviously, as a Jew. But that's what God, if you can imagine from God looking down, he's looking at the movement of people, and he has a focus. He does. He just what he does. So, and he also has a remnant, the Bible says, in parts of the world that we don't even know that they're there. And so God's focus is on America, because America controls the entire world. And most importantly, they are oppressing God's people directly. And so, but like I read in Psalms and everywhere, God's people are scattered. They're everywhere, you know, in the world. And so, and I also want people to be aware of, they're not sitting in mansions and stuff, you know, some might, but a main thrust of the people that God looks down upon before he makes any kind of quote decision are people that we would not expect, you know, even me. And I teach that. And just be aware of that. How do you research optics? Dude, that's a good question, man. That's a very, very, for those people who watched that video that I mirrored on Life is Short, I believe he's a part of FE Core. That's what I was told by Goldbusters in the chat. So, you know, he's in that group. So maybe he gets paid, or, you know, he's in the know. But he's been posting very, very good work recently about bottom-up obstruction across flat surfaces. And just the work itself is just, that's what real math and science and technical stuff is. And that's how you research it. And he made a good statement in the chat when I was reading his interaction with people on the comment board, is it's best to do it on a local level. And so, because then you can get control of what happens, you know, and either limit the amount of refraction or reduce it to nothing. And then you can extrapolate those concepts out potentially to a sun moving across flat Earth and all those kind of things. It's the same. It would be the same math. It would just be stretched. And obviously many, many more variables that definitely the rumpus and all those people can't do, or like, because they think light rays curve on their own magically. And so I feel like this is all we're going to get. We're not going to get some big mathematical treatise on the flat stationary Earth and optics and all that. Some unifying understanding of optics across the flat Earth. But I think this is going to come out in this kind of dribble, but it's a good amount. I'm not trying to be rude, but I don't think there's going to be some kind of unified theory or whatever, but because it would need funding, you know, and it would need funding, and then it would need people behind it who are very, very advanced in mathematics, and then can produce a solver, and then all that kind of stuff, and then test it against reality and all that kind of stuff. It would take time, you know, a lot of resources to do that. And the stuff that Rumpus is doing is just very, very basic. Like, he's just looking at outlines of silhouettes of images, and then that's what his ray tracer will spit out. And he's not like actually reproducing images or anything like that in any kind of, clear way. You know, he's just roughly saying this shape will look like this, you know, and move in this way based on his little ray tracer thing that he's doing, you know, and stuff. And so he claims to have a job that's outside of this space. He claims to be like a software project manager. So he's doing this on the side, which is obviously probably not true. But even he has limited resources to produce their nonsense. And so I don't know, will there be something else that comes out that's like actually physical, that somebody could go and observe, you know, the flatness of the earth? I don't know. You know, I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes. Again, to me, it's a very, very spiritual, you know, truth that would come out. And so God has to be behind it, and he's going to throttle it in whichever way that he wants. And so I guess to be determined. I have a feeling that it won't come out any more than what's out there right now, but I've been wrong on a lot of things in my life. Shills versus Shills, good to see you, man. We'll see if my heart's in the right place. I don't know. I appreciate your compliment, your encouraging words. I would say if I'm wrong, really on anything that I teach, because the whole narrative will fall apart. I'm not sure where my heart was. I don't know. I would just say I've been confused, and my whole life, majority of my life, I would say, not really even just reading the Bible, but I would say looking for a narrative in a religious text. And so I'm very aware of that and, comfortable with that position, especially because the Bible is speaking to me, I would say, very clearly in these days. But, I would say for sure this pursuit, whatever it is, sharing information, will never be financially motivated. That is not at all what's going on here. It is very much a desperate attempt to understand why I'm here, and so making sense of this. And, it's an interconnected problem because I'm not the only person on earth. And so, this is not easy to figure out, infinitely harder than just optics. But that's where my heart is. Is it in the right place? I would say we're all instruments of whatever God is using us for, whether it be truth or false things or something in between. And so, we'll see. There's a lot of things in my teaching, especially in the last couple months, that if one of the things are not true, the whole thing falls apart. And I'm very comfortable with that. That's just the way it is. It's not just a little one thing out there and, see what happens. There's a lot of layers to the things that I'm presenting, my interpretation of the Bible. And they can fall apart very, very quickly, and so I'm fine with that, and I think I'm glad it's that way, because it's kind of like I'm all in or I'm all out, and so I do believe, though, that if the God of the Bible is true, the future of America looks very, very bleak. It just has to, because it appears, even without the Bible in hand, that it's undergoing a demolition, and then it's going to be magnified and exacerbated by the fact that God's behind it, and he actually hates it. He hates the, quote, commerce of the entire world and the things that are going on here in America. And I could obviously as well be very much a part of that. So I'm not saying that, my cup may not be filled of pain and all that, but that is very obvious, if that's the case. And so for me, if the earth is flat and stationary, obviously God exists. And then to me, the God of the Bible pretty much immediately exists. And then God is very poised to exercise his judgment on America. The channel Whiteboard Gematria has good info about numbers in the Bible. He's a believer. He's synced up with Kobe, with Trump and China and the virus. Yeah, I'll check it out. I mean, I do get into that numerology stuff because I just find it interesting, but that's not necessarily the foundation. But from what I've seen so far, the Bible is littered with numerology. Like, all the verses and all that are in a very specific place, and like the 33rd verse, or if the book has 33 chapters and all that, it's not by accident, and stuff like that's just very, very obvious that that's the case. And so I don't try and go too far with it, but with the 666 and the way that it's encoded in the 33, it just catches my eye immediately now, just in life. And so I see it everywhere. So just because a person's name is 33 doesn't mean that they're evil. No, it could mean that they're very, very righteous, because 33, according to the Bible, is a good number. It's just that God has allowed the left-hand side to use it here on earth in a negative way. And so it could go either way. So just Kobe Bryant wearing number 33 in high school doesn't get me too excited, but it does get me excited when I know that everybody hated the guy. And so then I'm like, something is really weird, with this story. And his wife, post something on Instagram 3 days later. She starts a GoFundMe for the victims' families, a couple of days later. That's not what normal people do. If they lose their husband and a daughter, you would literally be shaking. You would not even be able to move or function. Again, I've not gone through something like that, but you're not going to be running your fingers on Instagram and stuff like that. Her Instagram was private until this happened. Why would you go public with your Instagram when your husband and your daughter died? And all this kind of stuff, a couple days later. Really? That's the time you're going to decide to go into the public and make your Instagram public? That's insane. The whole narrative is crazy. So the Bible says that God sends the delusion. God's children will not be deceived by this. God is doing this. God is putting all this nonsense in the news, and he's flooding the world with just trash. And he's seeing what people will fall for. And that's what it is. And I would say don't fall for Ball Earth, especially with the black swan swooping out there. But don't fall for the news. The news is just dumb. It's just ridiculous. The financial commentary is insane. The politics, this impeachment is ridiculous, like absolutely nonsense. No one even talks about it. Again, I don't have like a big crew or anything like that, but no one even cares like what's going on. Hey, like what happened with it? I was talking to the guy that I golf with today. He's like, it was like 30 seconds. And then we just started watching golf, it's like, no one cares. And so God wants it this way. God wants us to not care about the goings on of man. He wants it to be so ridiculous for his children that all we have left is him. And just know that that's a smart direction to turn to in the days that we live in now, because everything around us is insane. Again, not to keep throwing Pete under the bus, but like the stuff that's going on, those debates are just ridiculous, and so to go on there to kill time is totally fine, but no one's going on there for any kind of like even intellectual edification or anything like that. It's just gibberish. And so I want people to know, who have a spiritual understanding of the world, God is doing this, and I want for people out there who can accept this, that there's no way that this would go on forever, or even like much longer, because the lies are so ridiculous, even to people who are not religious. Like I'll watch any of these videos, and then you go down when you hear like Ocasio-Cortez or like any of this Andrew Yang and all that, all the people down below in YouTube are just like, oh, these people are bad actors and stuff. Like these are just like regular old like people like us, me. And then they're just acting like bad acting and stuff like that. So like, we know that there is a very coordinated and stupid opposition to the God of the Bible, and God overall in general, and then who represents truth. And so the Bible says that Satan, or the enemy, has little time, to do what he needs to do, to attempt to deceive the entire world. And God's children will not be deceived, by this. We don't have any reason. There's no requirement for us to invest ourselves into this nonsense. It was funny. Like I was about to bait my friend into a conversation about Kobe today on the golf course, but I bit my tongue, because I haven't seen the guy in a couple of weeks, but I was tempted to mention to it, but it did not come up. And this is where I believe God gets involved, because if that came up, then we would have gone down a long discussion on stuff that would probably make it that he never wants to hang out with me again. And I'm okay with that. I don't care, but I do consider him a good friend. But my response to that, and then other things, would just put a huge distance between us. And so this is where I think that, God sort of gets involved in some of these kind of things, but no one even talks about that stuff, like that's nonsense. The whole Kobe thing, and even the Nipsey Hussle and all that, dying on his 33rd birthday and all these kind of stuff. These people are complete sellouts. They're out of their mind. Nipsey Hussle and these clowns, glorifying gangbanging and all this kind of stuff, like being hard and all this kind of stuff. God is sending those people into just like nonsense, like that is insane to uplift those kind of principles. And then I was watching Indiana Hoosiers. Bobby Knight revisited his old university where he got kicked out of, because he deserved to get kicked out of the university, because he like choked one of his players and it was on video. And so like he returns back to Indiana University, and he's like all frail, can barely walk. Everybody's revering him like he's just some god or something. That is essentially Satan. Like that they're literally walking Bobby Knight around because he can barely walk. And everybody, some fans are cheering and all that kind of stuff. They're essentially giving Satan an applause, like coming back home or whatever to Indiana University. That man is the embodiment of Satan, the mindset of the Antichrist. Just win at all costs, choke your players. He would be incredibly rude to students. And, somebody called him, like one of the students called him like Bobby. And he's like, I don't know if I can't remember what the story was, but like his 40 for 40 or 30 for 30 documentary is amazing because they go into all the stuff that led him to get kicked out. But he like berates the student, for calling him that, even though everybody calls him Bobby Knight, Coach Knight or whatever. And so he's just a madman, like these people are complete lunatics. And Kobe is exalted just because he put a ball through a hole, and everybody hates him. He's just a weird guy and all that kind of stuff. And so I want everybody to know that this is the most antichrist, anti-God. The only things that should be uplifted are things that Jesus Christ uplifted in his own life: mercy, forgiveness, looking after the poor, the widows, the sojourner, and all that kind of stuff, and humility and creativity and all that kind of stuff. A meek life, and all that. That's the standard that should be uplifted, and that is nowhere to be found. I would definitely not say I'm the best example of that, but for any amount that we can embody that in our own life, that's a good use of our time. Hey man, I came here randomly. Can I come talk? Yeah. I mean, I hopped in on when you were talking about, I think it's social conditioning and the fact that the system is skewed, marginalizing lower income individuals. Yeah, I mean, I would say the more fundamental issue that I have with the whole world, which is not even involved in the Bible really, but obviously involves God, is that we're all bored. People are bored to different amounts, but we're not doing anything productive, especially if you believe the Bible and the wrath of God that is to come. All of this stuff will be destroyed. So everybody's running around, like killing other people, trying to get leverage and all that. And the Bible also teaches that this is hell. And so we're all fighting to stay in hell longer. That will eventually be destroyed. And so like, that's all this. I don't want to just pick on this quote gangbanging and rappers and all that. It's the same kind of thing with anything, in the corporate world and all that kind of stuff. It's the same kind of thing. It's just none of it is productive. None of it is consistent with the way that Jesus Christ, came on this earth and behaved. And so that's the part that I would lump all that stuff in together. It's just people who are bored. And so when they don't have anything productive to do, they'll go and do evil things, and obviously some of them still have things to do and they're still doing that. So it's not the only answer, but a lot of this stuff I feel will get solved in the kingdom when God gives everybody something to do that's productive, and then that will last. And that's what the Bible says, that everything here on earth will not sustain itself and will not last, and will be ultimately destroyed, every physical object. And so that's where the kingdom of heaven, will be very, very different. And then the whole work that everybody is assigned will be of an eternal nature. And I think that that's just that in and of itself will eliminate a majority of the problems that we have here on earth. But I'm not excusing them just because they're bored to go and do those kind of things. But, that's just what it is. Idleness will lead to all types of nonsense in my life as well. Matt, I put the link in the description below. I just ask that you turn the video off when you come on. Just don't do anything that, will compromise yourself and that kind of thing. Yeah, so Kobe's alive, I would say. Not that I would bet on it. I'm not happy about it. I don't care. But that story is just crazy. And so, yeah. Hey, Kate, you might be on mute, man.
Sorry, I was plugging in my headphones. Can you hear me now, man?
Oh, no, that's cool. Yeah, I can. What's up, man?
Yeah, how's it going? I came here randomly. I just I typed in panel into the YouTube and then put live. Nice. You're like one of the first people who popped up.
Right on. So just so you know, very briefly, this channel, I teach the Bible. A lot of us have come across flat Earth as well. So I'm.
So are you what are you, Christian or Catholic or?
I mean, I went through a time of being an evangelical Christian. I would say now I'm more, just reading the Bible and teaching it, not really in a particular group, but I would be more accurately described now as a biblical flat earther.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was born and raised Catholic. Like I went to First Communion, confirmation, all that. Oh. But personally, I just believe in God in general. Like I don't think really man like, I don't think one religion's right. I believe in all religions in a way equally, because I think they're all saying something, like saying the same thing, just in a different interpretation. And like, there's only one God either way.
Mm-hmm.
So I just believe, I know that I believe in Creator, but I don't necessarily subscribe to one religion. You know?
Okay.
Like,
yeah. Is there one that you have a particular drawn to one more than the others in any way?
Not really, because how I think about it is like, if I was born in a different world, in a different body, then I'd definitely be convinced I'd be drawn to that religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever I was told to.
Yeah.
So I don't know. In my opinion, I just think if you're a good person, you just follow like the simple rules of being a good person. Like, that's all you really have to worry about. I don't think God's gonna hold that against you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely glad you came by. I think that you may or may not find my channel interesting. I don't have like many subs, and I'm kind of obscure, I would say, group that kind of maybe follow peculiar because first, the flat Earth puts us in a very sort of niche group, but that's something I don't know. Have you even heard the fact that people believe that the Earth is not a ball? Yeah,
well, personally, I think we're almost in like a simulation, and I really don't care if the Earth's flat or round. But I don't think it's flat though. It's not an argument to me. Like, I really don't care either way. You know what I mean?
But you've heard the term, I guess, right?
I've heard of. I agree with you guys are saying. Like, question everything. Do not believe what is spoon fed to you. But
yeah,
at the same time, like, I'm pretty sure it's flat. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's round. It's like it's like a sphere. It's probably a sphere. You know what I mean?
You haven't seen the black swan yet. No,
but it doesn't. Does it really matter what shape it is? Like,
well, I would say from a purely technical perspective, yes, because I'm an engineer. I'm a CPA now, but I do care from a pure technical understanding of properties of various things. Because we're being told by not you, but like other people that when we get in these hangouts, we're being told technical things, and just from a purely pedagogical perspective, I want to know if those things are true, and I want to appreciate them if they are true, like lightweight curving, gravity, and all that kind of stuff. But
it's true.
So that on that level, just from a nerdy perspective, I do care. And then
since you are an engineer, what are your thoughts on the whole simulation theory?
I would probably use a different term for that.
It does prove God though, because someone had to create a simulation, so therefore there is a creator.
You know what I mean? So the worry that I have with people who do go along that line as flat earthers is that it's a way to kind of compartmentalize God into a framework of things that we understand. And to me, that's my only issue. And I can do that as well, from a non-simulation perspective. That's dangerous, but it seems like that's the way people are going, and that direction worries me. But are we a part of a very controlled and scripted reality? The entire Bible speaks that is true. It's literally
exactly.
It's literally
it's probably beyond our understanding. It's like an ant trying to fucking understand physics or something.
Well, I think that's the part where we don't. It's not all of it is beyond our understanding. I think that's the difference. Is that, yeah.
Like, to really grasp creation, though. Like, I think it's probably beyond our knowledge right now, at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's the cool thing I would say about the flat Earth. For somebody to go down that, just because our physical reality should be knowable, just by using science and technology. So that's a good thing. And then the interesting thing that a person who does go down that road, and it doesn't seem like everybody wants to go down this road, but they should. It's now we have the technical truth, which is very different than what we've been taught. And then we need to understand the narrative for why that happened first, and then why now. And so that's where my channel starts, leveraging the Bible heavily to come up with a narrative for why this is all happening, and other things in the world as well.
I think there's a lot of things hidden in there, to be honest with you.
In the Bible?
Yeah, in the Bible, and same with a lot of other religious texts. I think they all have a piece to it. If you study like all of them, I think you'd have like a better understanding of it all.
Yeah, I mean, if you have, if you want to check out some of my stuff, I don't want to put you on the spot now. There's, I put quite a few videos up, but a narrative for the end times based on, the Bible, in particular the book of Revelation, you may find it interesting. There's a lot of symbolism in there that I feel is needed to actually uncover the whole thing. So, even if you watch the video and then first of all, don't like it, but or disagree with it. I think it's a good foundation, because I would say I posted a video recently about the end times. It's like an hour and a half long, and I think it's called The Sequence of the End Times or something like that. And
So do you believe we're in the end times right now?
yeah,
Because there's a lot of things showing that, right?
yeah. And there's technically two end times. There's the end, which is when God's elect are taken away, and then there's the end of the end, which is the
Like
and
Judgment Day or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly right. Yeah, Judgment Day. That is when, but that judgment is only for God's left-hand side, where God just completely cleans out the earth, and then Jesus Christ is the Bible says that he will then, this will be his throne. You know, he will be the King of Kings and set up his kingdom here on earth. And
you should watch a movie called The Stand.
Okay. What's the summary?
It's a Stephen King movie. It's like a lot about this. It's like an end time thing, and like certain people are like drawn to like evil, certain people are like drawn to good, and it's like about that. It's like a fight between good and evil.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good movie. It's long, extremely long though.
What do you deem as good, Cage? What are you drawn to, like in your personal life? Like what kind of things do you find?
Well, it's a basic golden rule that every religion has. Do unto others how you want done unto yourself, or whatever.
Okay.
You know, it's basic. Just treat other people how you want. If you don't want someone done to you, it's just very basic. Simple.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's good. And so when you see that in other people, you admire that kind of thing, right?
Well, yeah, especially in this day and age. You know, a lot of people.
Yeah,
the world's going to shit.
I think it's good, man. I think I feel like a lot of this stuff about religion and all that, if it's not rooted in like just human day-to-day interactions and showing that, I think that's challenging for me as well.
That's so basic though. Like you don't really need law. If people just treated other people how they want to be treated, you wouldn't need law. That covers every law.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That covers everything right there. So
yeah,
that's all you got to do. Just treat people how you want to be treated, and just try to make the best of your life, and that's it. That's all you got to do.
I think the challenge with that is that is difficult, even though I know that that's biblical, and I don't really disagree with you. But the problem is a lot of people don't know. Really, I'm not trying to make this into a sermon, but
I know you're gonna. It's kind of like because other people like they're gonna do certain things to you. So what are you gonna do? Turn the other cheek? Like how are you gonna react to it? Right? Mm-hmm. You have to be a bigger person. Just distance yourself from those types of people. They're all good people out there too.
But just something to think about when it comes to treat others the way you want to be treated. Everybody has a different set of standards for how they like to be treated. And think about this just purely from a technical point of view, just to bring it back to something tangible. Everybody has a different appetite for depth of understanding. You know, like I may be comfortable with this level, then there'll be another person who's like more scholarly. They want to know more of the details and how it works together. And then there'll be somebody on a lower scale who'll be comfortable just going through life, and all that without knowing certain things. There's this spectrum. And so
exactly.
I would say the thing that
I need to know. I'm a type of person who needs to know. Like I'm that's my quest in life to understand these certain things. I've been doing a lot of research on Hermetic principles, which actually tie into a lot with religion, natural law. You should dive into that a little bit.
What's it called? Sorry, Cage?
The Hermetic principles.
Okay.
Some people also call it natural law. There's 7 basic Hermetic principles.
Oh, okay.
And if you search them up, like I'm not like it's a very complicated thing to get into. Like there's really no point of like me starting right now. You have to go like on your own and do your own research.
Yeah.
But there's a really good book called The Kybalion by the 3 Initiates.
Oh, okay.
Look into that. It's all about like mental alchemy, like mental transmutation. Like it kind of goes back, like if this is a complex simulation, like maybe our brains have something to do with the algorithm. You know what I mean? Like kind of how like our thoughts and everything, like our thoughts, our emotions, kind of influence the algorithm, so we see certain realities.
Would you be opposed to calling it optimization instead of a simulation, or do you?
Yeah, optimization. It's just a really basic way of. It's really basic way of like explaining it. You know, like it's something created. Therefore, it's kind of simulated because it's made.
Okay.
You know, so.
Okay.
I don't know. It's really hard to explain.
Yeah. Yeah, we have people on the flat earth side who are coming in with this simulation concept. And initially I was kind of like sort of okay with it, because if it means that everything is sort of structured and pre-planned, that's one thing. But then it started getting very like mechanistic. It started getting very digitizing God. And that was mortifying to me that somebody would do that, because that would just be one example of God's creative output. You know, it's just using technology and using all these different things. Just even the concept of a simulation would be an output of God's creative brilliance. And so to put him in one of those boxes, to me, would be a very, very bad idea.
Yeah, I know what you mean there. But like, we're probably just like, by chance, we're probably in multiple infinite amounts of simulations. Like God probably, like, time's infinite. We already have something called quantum lattice biometrics.
Okay.
And we could simulate a very small part of the universe right now. We don't have the capabilities of simulating everything yet. But since we have this technology, that means sometimes in the future it will develop to the point where we can do that. So that's like, it basically means like we're either in a simulation right now, or a simulate, like, human society ended before we can get to that point.
Do you?
It's kind of weird.
Kind of a random, but sort of on topic. But do you think that when you pass away that you will live on? Do you want to? And like, do you think that there's something in you that will understand where it was and then continue in some other?
Just like in physics, like energy can never be destroyed. It can be like transmuted and whatever. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So I think
one second. 1 second. You think there is an energy inside of you then, or
yeah?
Do you think, okay.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think we're just flesh and meat. I think there's something else in there.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that's cool. Well, that's good. I would say continue on that. That's good. Not everybody even stops to think about that. So that's good.
Yeah, I think our consciousness is special. You know, like I kind of like have like a memory before I was born. Like, I don't know if like it's like a dream I used to have. Like it'd be like completely pitch black, like if you closed your eyes and just like imagining like a deep sleep, then all of a sudden it just sparks and you just see light, like you just hop into a reality again.
Yeah,
it's weird.
I would say the challenge that we have, I'm not trying to minimize these different books and these different theories. The Bible is actually kind of overkill for me now these days, because really, when you become a flat earther and other truths that I would say I know now, it's very isolating. And I'm not trying to get pity, but those are the kind of people that I would say the few people that are drawn to my channel. Again, I'm glad you came. Anybody's free to talk, but it makes those other books and even the Bible itself, which is one that I stand on, a lot of it not that relevant, because I don't really interact with many people. And again, I don't have any problems with that. That's just the way it is.
Yeah.
I would say that
personally, like, sorry for interrupting. I'm not a flat earther, but I respect you because at least you have an open mind. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
that's the first step right there, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's that's what science kind of purports to be, is to be, quote, open-minded, open to all solutions. But we're finding that people, not you, but like the ballers that we go up against, are not open to it. And so other explanations. And so that's
some people thrive off disputes and off negativity. Like, they just want to fight people over something instead of having like a. Like,
yeah, that's true.
Okay, explain to me. So maybe, like, why do you think the Earth's flat though? I don't understand. And why would people be lying about it?
Well, I have no reason to not believe it, or at least when I first started out, the strongest thing that I sort of realized.
I thought flat Earth. Sorry for interrupting you, but I thought flat Earth is almost like a philosophy type thing.
No, where did you hear that?
So it's like literal, right? So it's just literally well, the thing I like about people who believe in flat Earth is that the fact that they're open to things. You know?
Yeah,
they're open, like anything that goes against the narrative. That's spoon fed to us is called a conspiracy. Like, the word conspiracy is a conspiracy. It was like created by the CIA to go against. It's a word just to go against the narrative. Like, if you're not hearing on the news, if they're telling you, it's a conspiracy.
Cage, what was the point about the philosophy? Where did you hear that it was a? Sorry to put you on the spot, but where did you get that notion that flat Earth was a philosophy?
I don't know, because like I see like there's a whole lot of like flat Earth type people, but like they're always talking about like barely talking about the flat Earth. They're just talking about like a whole bunch of other things. Like, So I figured like if you're a flat earther, that just means like I don't know, like you're open to other like things that go against the narrative in a way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So in that regard, yeah. I mean, it definitely draws a particular type of person for sure, because it's like it's not the most popular thing to hold on to or know for a lot of us now. It gives me a lot of headache, but it also is obviously very comforting to know, again, technical truths and then the spiritual implications. So that's, yeah.
What I think is, as you can see, like Freemasonry, Shriners, Knights Templar, Illuminati, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of different groups of them.
Yeah.
But they all use natural law or the Hermetic principles. It's all based upon that. Freemasonry is based on Solomon's Temple and Hiram Abiff, and it's all about natural law. Fucking the Bohemian Grove, they worship an owl god named Moloch, and they do a cremation of care, which goes against one of the natural laws too. Like people are using their mind in order to control things. I'm telling you, it's very like, why do these elitists do this? You think they're doing it for fun? They're just doing this for nothing.
What's ideal for you, Cage? What would we work towards? Let's say you were in charge of this entire earth. What would we all work towards as a collective group?
First of all, we have enough resources in the world. If no one was greedy, it would kind of be like a communism in a way. Everyone just gets whatever the fuck they want in a way, but everyone has to work. If you don't work and you don't contribute, then you get cut out or something, unless you have a good reason not to.
Okay, that's good. So everybody would be fed, right? That's your first point?
Yes. Everyone would be fed, and they'd all have like a proper place to live and everything. Because we could easily do that right now. We could.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that's true.
But it's never going to work like that, man. There's no point of even talking about this. We're not in la la land right now. Like either way, there's always going to be the 1% making 99% of the people. They're slaves.
Yeah, we see that right now. So yes, correct. Yeah,
it's not going to change ever.
But that's good that you at least have thought about that. That the first and foremost, there would be an equitable distribution of resources. That's a good foundation.
Yes, because we can have everything. Like everyone can have everything right now. If there's money is like bullshit either way. Like it's just something printed out and called value. You know, look at depressions and.
You're a better baller than these other ones, man. Because it's hard to get them to admit any of these things. So that's good. So yeah, true.
Money's a fucking myth. You're running around on a fucking treadmill like with a carrot dangling in front of your face. It doesn't exist.
Correct. Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous, bro.
Cage, we got another guest, Chris Berry, superstar flat earther, man. What's up, Chris? If you can hear me.
Chris, you hear, buddy? No.
Sorry about that, Cage. He may.
I think he just typed something in the chat. No, we can't hear him. No, we can't hear you, man. You gotta rejoin.
Cage, are you an Americano, or where are you in the?
I'm in Toronto, Canada.
Oh, you're Canadian, dude. I grew up in North Bay, Ontario, man.
Oh, that's not too far from over here. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I have two audio. Hey, what's going on? I have two audio devices, and sometimes the settings on these things kind of pick up the other one.
Oh, okay.
But just chilling at the house. My kids are upstairs, so if you hear some background noise, it's probably them being loud. But
dude, do you feel more relaxed now? Like, you don't have to post as many videos, right? Because of the Black Swan, or are you still gonna push?
I mean, well, I took a little bit of a hiatus because I didn't really have anything good to test, and then I don't even know why I made the video I made recently about some of the angle stuff, but usually like what'll happen is I'll build up enough steam from the ballers just being complete morons and saying things that we debunked like 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well let me make another video, about it, since you've missed the first 50 on this subject. So that's typically what I do. But yeah, you're right. I mean, it's like basically the Black Swan has done it for us in terms of having to put out more content. Yeah. It's only the only reason I would do it is if I enjoyed it and had fun, which I really don't, because it's time consuming and it's a hassle. My wife's always like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, "Don't worry about it." So
that's crazy, dude.
But
tables have turned, right, Chris?
Sorry,
the tables have turned, right, a little bit in the debate. It's
You could say that. Like, listen, if I was, I'm biased, obviously, even though I came from the ball, like we all did. I am more biased towards flat these days, of course.
Yeah.
If it was possible to be an unbiased attendee in this whole debate, I'm seriously questioning the ball model after Black Swan, right?
Correct.
If you're intellectually honest and you're a non-biased competitor,
Yeah.
you're like, hey, wait a minute, for 4 years now, or however long you've been in this debate, you've been told by Rumpus and all these bigwigs, Bob the Lion Sky and whoever, right? Like that the horizon's a physical place that you can. It's right there. Like, what are you talking about? It's right there. I see it. And now, because of Black Swan and many others, again, Black Swan's just like the 1,000th flat Earth proof that I've seen, but because of Black Swan and others, it's now like, oh no, you misheard us for the last many number of years. It's also apparent. It's physical but it's apparent, and that's the apparent horizon in those images because of refraction. So
frick, dude, I'm telling you, man. Remember those times, and you probably got this more than me, where like Sean Hawkins, who's a complete degenerate, will be like, explain the light on the bottom of the clouds. Now, like, we have to put them in the hot seat. All those times where they told us some nonsense to debunk, we get to put it on them. And I just think Oakley and you guys deserve it, man, because like you guys have probably faced those guys infinitely more than us, man. That's nonsense.
Well, it's funny because I'm kind of a flat Earth loner. Like I go to all the hot spots. I don't only go to Nathan's or only go to yours or Sean G's or whoever. Like I'm all over the place. Yeah. But it's funny because the Sean Hawkins wasn't an attendee of Nathan's, but everyone knows about everyone else, right? Or you'll hear about this like weird foot thing that Sean Hawkins does, even if you don't go to his show. So everyone hears about these things some way or another through the grapevine. Yeah. But no, Sean Hawkins. I mean, I honestly, in all sincerity, I feel bad for that guy. I feel bad for a lot of ballers. Yeah. A couple flatties, but mostly ballers. They're angry. They're cynical. Like they just have no path in life. And I noticed Cage left. So oops. Hopefully.
No, he came back. It's cool.
Oh, he did. Oh, there he is. Yeah. So is Cage a baller? I don't get it.
I don't know. He's a Canadian, so I'm happy if he's a Canadian. Just that alone.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, he's a baller. I
haven't really done my research into it. Like, I haven't been really looking researching this. Like,
how did you find T-Mog in this everything, all this stuff?
Yeah, dude.
I haven't even looked at his channel yet. I just actually subscribed and liked it right now, though. But what I did was I typed panel into the search, and then you can go into like the preferences, like that little 3-bar thing right to the right, and then click that, hit live, and you can see everyone who's live right now. You guys are like the first few people who popped up.
Welcome, man.
You're ranking good in the algorithm.
It could be your biggest regret coming by my channel, or it could maybe be one of the coolest things. Who knows? But hopefully, you could take some of the flat Earth stuff in, man. There's a lot of cool stuff going on. What Chris and I are talking about is this Black Swan, which is an image of 2 oil platforms 9-10 miles away, where you can see water even behind the platform at about 2 or 3 feet observer height, which geometrically is impossible on a ball Earth. So, give it a chance.
It's a glitch in the sim. It's a simulation, man. I don't care I don't care if it's a triangle. I don't really care.
I'm not opposed to simulation theory. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define simulation, right? Because we are in a simulation whether we are or we aren't, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, life is a simulation in that sense of, if you believe in God and the Creator in the Bible, it's a simulation through the creation of God, right? Like, I don't know a better analogy than the one I've heard a bunch of times. I didn't come up with it. I'm sure you've heard it. Is like, if I'm a programmer and I program a game or whatever, like The Sims, well, The Sims is a simulation that was programmed by whoever, right? Like, life is a simulation that was programmed by God. So in that sense, you could look at it like that. Now, a lot of people say it's a digital simulation. That's also a possibility. I just don't know enough about it, or I haven't researched that aspect enough. So,
can I share a Google Drive link with you guys? I made like a little 10-minute video about the whole simulation thing back in the summer.
If you can just share or just post it in the comment after. I'm not opposed to it, but I not to be rude. If you kind of get a feel for my channel.
No, for you to watch later on. I mean.
No, that's fine. I would just say in the comments after this renders, if you post it down there, you know, again, I'm not trying to be rude, but my narrative is fairly strong here, like on this channel. But you can share it for people below afterwards. But you know, it's yeah.
Have you guys heard of like companies like Neuralink, like what they've been doing lately?
Definitely, yeah.
I haven't. I don't know what that is.
Elon Musk, man, that's crazy. Like, yeah, that.
They have a robotic inserter that literally drills a hole at the back of your head. They say it's going to be like an elective surgery, like LASIK. Like it'll be out like just local anesthetic, painless incision, all that. And they implant with a robot microscopic threads that go in between neurons, and they can literally connect your brain to the internet after.
Yeah.
They have people on this right now. It's like happening.
You know what's funny? You know what the irony of that is? If you're somebody who's in the baller flat earth debates, I wouldn't want my mind connected to the internet because a lot of it will be wicked false, especially now with the flat earth truth.
You're gonna get viruses. You're gonna get ads on there.
Yeah, that's true. Like, yeah, yeah, it's stupid, man.
Hey, Cage, I had a question for you. So you found this channel just by doing like a generic panel search. You obviously didn't know maybe some of T-Mog's beliefs or his flat earth stuff. Like, have you
no idea.
Flat earth before?
I went in there and I talked on there and I just got it. He's like, oh, it's in the description. Like, I haven't even looked into this at all.
So have you come across flat earth before then?
Yeah, I've heard it. I've heard about it.
Okay.
By who, actually, Cage? If you don't mind sharing. Do you know the?
It's all over the internet.
Okay.
It's all over YouTube.
Cool. Yeah, just
I watch YouTube. There's like a lot of documentaries on here.
Like, when's the first time you heard about flat earth on YouTube? Like a year ago or?
A few years ago now, at least.
A few years, and you still hadn't looked into it, really, though.
Come on, dude. Why don't you want to be cool like Chris and I? Like,
you know what I heard though about it? I don't know if this is true or not. I heard it was started by some people in college, like as a joke type thing. It just went viral after.
Well,
this whole subculture.
If you did, again, not to be demeaning, if you did like not even ample, like a minuscule amount of research, you'd find out that that's just not true.
Okay, I've been more interested in other realms of things other than like the geometry of Earth or whatever.
Well, but think of this: if the Earth is flat and motionless, like think of all that changes in terms of God, religion, belief, science.
I think we're in a simulation by all chance. So I don't really care. I could believe it's flat. I could believe it's just simulated. Or just whatever the observer sees, it creates. You know.
What evidence do you have of like a digital simulation?
Like, for example, like in a video game, you see how like on a big map, you don't really. It doesn't render what's there until someone that could observe it.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably something like that.
So, but like I said, and to be fair, I've not looked into digital simulation, but like, what evidence is there for that?
There's huge amounts of it. It's through mathematics, how mathematics is so perfect. There's certain like things in physics, like if you search it up, like I'm not a physicist, like I'm not very good at explaining this shit, but see, so I don't even know if what I'm being told is true because I have no understanding of it. So at the end of the day, I don't know, buddy. At the end of the day, I'm not gonna lie.
Well, that's good that you're open to even just hearing about it, man. Because we get a lot of like, oh, you're dumb, like you're a moron, and the interesting thing about Chris has done a lot.
But they have no understanding of physics or science or any of that. They're not fucking.
Well, some of these people do. Just so you know, they claim to be.
Some of them do. Ballers. They claim. That's just probably Google searching this shit.
Yeah,
like, they probably wouldn't if they were like a molecular scientist or something. They probably wouldn't be on your chat.
That's why we get a lot of Wikipedia scholars on the baller side. So yeah, we get a lot of that. So it's crazy, man. It's flat and stationary, man. Just to go to the punchline. I think it's cool your name is Cage, by the way, because it kind of implies a kind of a covering that we have or whatever. But I would say now I know that we're not moving, and now the cherry on top is that we are geometrically flat because light rays can't curve. That's the thing for me. Yeah. Sorry, Chris.
I don't know, but all these elitists are using these hermetic principles. They're using their thoughts and mind in order to do a certain thing. I'm telling you, it's happening.
So let's run down the gamut. So you sound like you pretty much believe all other conspiracies then, right? Like 9/11, inside job, clearly.
Well, obviously, like I believe
like moon landing hoax.
Just dump it on, man, while we got him.
I believe in the money. Just follow the money, you'll find the truth. You know what I mean?
That's a good point, by the way. That's a brilliant way to think about things.
NASA,
Yeah.
$50 million a day.
Yeah.
I believe in the money.
So yeah, I mean, Cage, like, just again down that rabbit hole. It's like money, power, keeping us peasants from the truth. Those are the reasons that I see behind flat Earth. It's like, I mean, there obviously there's other reasons. There's other causes
mental
for it.
Slavery. They're mentally.
Yeah. Correct.
It is. They're mentally enslaving us.
Right.
I'm telling
Like
you.
if you found out that the Earth was flat and no one else knew, it's like you do have sort of a knowledge trip over the people that don't know. Now, like if someone like I or T-Mog found out, like we want to tell everyone, like, oh my God, this is insane. Like Earth is flat. It doesn't spin. It's like it's not moving at 1,000 miles at the equator, 66,000 miles around the sun, and 500,000 miles following the sun in some crazy trajectory. Like that's not happening for sure. Right.
So imagine this. Imagine
if
you found out. Imagine if you found out there's an algorithm. There's certain ways to manipulate it.
Let him finish with that.
Think about it. I'm telling you, people are doing that right now. We can do it. Start looking into the Hermetic principles. Start from there. I swear to God, guys. I have no reason to tell you this at all.
The main issue with our understanding is that fundamentally it's to understand and quantify this notion of like consciousness and existence outside of the body, that cannot be quantified. That's the part that would be difficult or impossible. Person's movements, even understanding what they think, that is possible and happening. But what can exist outside of the body, and for spiritual people, that existence outside the body actually kills the body. No one can know, and actually the Bible states that, that it's a mystery. When the spirit even enters the body is not known, because it happens at different times for different people. Which is, I mean, just that alone, I think it's cool to not to derail the conversation, but I think it's cool whether you're a baller or whatever your background is, if you believe that there's an energy inside of you that can potentially live on, I think that is a good place to start for all
TM, may I ask you a question? Do you think that everything religion tells you is not being hidden? How come certain people on top have certain different information? For example, the Catholic Church is extremely corrupted.
Correct.
I'm Catholic. I was born Catholic.
Correct.
They have like a temple that's shaped as a serpent. They have one of the biggest telescopes in the world. It's called Lucifer. They have giant pine cones. Gold.
And they're all ball earthers. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, I hear you. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, man. It's bad. So he dropped off, but his question I think was similar to what I asked earlier myself, I guess, is like, why are there all these religions? And then more fundamentally, deception broadly, and then why is there evil? It's a good question. We don't, no one can, like, that is way above our pay grade to know that. Sorry.
So like, no worries. I was listening earlier and you said something to the effect of like, if it's not in the, or if it's 50, it can't be 50% true and 50% false or whatever.
Yeah.
But the only problem I have with that, and I don't have the knowledge or history behind it, is, at some point, I could even go as far as to agree that at some point maybe the Old Testament or whatever was divinely written by man through God, or however it's stated. But then at some point you have to have figured, like, you hear stories of the Romans and all these people getting a hold of the Bible and the New Testament and kind of manipulating it, so to speak. So how do we know what was manipulated and say, well, actually that stuff was manipulated, so that could be false, but this other stuff, we know to be divinely inspired and written.
Yeah, what's crazy too about my answer, which I don't think you'll like, about that whole narrative of the Bible.
It goes back to treating other people.
Cage, one second.
Yeah, Cage, hold on, but I want to hear what.
Well, I would say one thing to think about that whole utility, the reason that the Bible has come to us in the way that it has, and literally just not saying, for example, even just the earth is flat, or these are my children, and literally list them all, and all those kind of things that we would probably maybe like or freak us out. But that whole tampering over human history, I think some of it, obviously, I don't even think people even knew, like, because they're just going through their life, and just handling things and doing their quote unquote job. Even a baller going on Wikipedia and making a pro ball earth, page with certain science that they believe is true. They don't know that they're actually in that moment, because it could have been me, because I was a baller at one point, deceiving people who come and read it later. They don't know. They're just expressing what they believe in that moment. And so this quote optimization, I like that term better than simulation, that's happening from the top down, where even holy things are being defiled. And God can even, the cool narrative about the Bible is that even things that are what we would think are defiled can be made pure. And so I don't know. I think that's the part that is easy for me, because it may sound very cavalier when I say, oh, just God's behind it. It's part of the deception, and then I just brush that under the rug. I know that other people have more serious qualms with those details, those contradictions, that mishandling of the Bible, that potential manipulation of the verses in the text and removal of certain things and all that. I would say it's good to go into those, and I would just say, for anybody who believes a generic God exists, ask that God, why would even any individual text, whether it be the Bible or other texts, be handled in that way, and I think that's a good place to start, and I think that if somebody does that and then gets feedback from God, I would definitely be curious to hear what they're hearing from him. I would say, for me personally, a lot of the stuff that I see now, it's not so much the Bible itself, it's the people who are going into those various places and using it for their own gain, gives me a sense that hook into it was needed for that to happen. And then for all of us who recognize that that's wrong, that's the moment that God actually cared about, not the actual manipulation of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John and the removal of all that books. It's when we step back and see, oh, a baller's coming in and reading Isaiah 40:22 and saying, oh, look at that, the earth is a sphere. But you and I, for example, now, especially you, know that the earth is flat. Like, we look at that and be like, ooh, like, dude, no, hell no. Like, that's not what it means, calm down. It's a 2D thing. It doesn't mean that. And then those moments, those like, and this is the best, this is all I can answer from a very high level, and take this as an extra biblical point, if it's comforting to anybody, is that moment when we start seeing the deception, something inside of us becomes alive, even if we're seeing something negative. And so people are always saying, why would God do this? Why is there so much evil? Why is he trying to trick us? Why is there so much deception? Why is there so much evil? People who know a lot of evil also know a lot of righteousness, because it's the opposite. And so God is essentially, again, don't take this as fact. This is just my understanding, that even in the garden, it was the same thing. We're alive now. We're actually alive because we know righteousness in Jesus Christ. And then we know evil in all this stuff that's going on, in the world. And so in order for that evil to play out in front of us, God had to use even righteous things like the Bible and the scriptures. And so that answer you probably will not like, but that's the way I kind of reconcile it in my mind. But I did watch a hangout recently with Bible literalist, even though I disagree with her probably on pretty much everything, but she went into like contradictions in the Bible, and like some of them are very technical. Like you can reconcile them, if a person wants to go in and understand them, and I'm open if people want to go through specific contradictions with me on some hangout or whatever, I'm fine with that.
Right. So
what do you think, Chris? Is that a hangout for you on those kind of the manipulation of the Bible or any religious text or human history?
I wouldn't say it's a hang up. Again, for me, I just don't know enough about it, to be honest. But one thing that's interesting to me is, like, again, it sort of ties into the simulation theory, I guess, but really it's more just about creation. So it's like, if you ever bought a video game, you open up that video game, like, what's inside? The video game, and then what? An instruction manual. Yeah. Right. So it's like the way I look at the Bible, or really I guess any religious text, because I know a lot of the original religious texts all had a lot in common. I don't know. I don't even know them all anymore. The Quran, the Hebrew Bible, or I guess that's the Old Testament in the Bible or whatever. Yeah. Or the Torah. I'm thinking the Torah. Yeah. And so it's like, it's in some form or fashion, they're all instruction manuals. So I find that a fascinating theory in terms of creation. It's like, if you create something, you want that something to know, at least to have a foundation or a start or a basis for maybe what to do or how to do things or something like that. But like, for me, you probably remember my story. I was the atheist my whole life until Flat Earth. And then when I bought my first Bible, I was like, well, I'm going to start from the very beginning and go through it. So when I started, of course, I started in Genesis. And then as you reread Genesis, and we've all heard the stories, but as you reread it, knowing about Flat Earth, you're like, yeah, this is exactly how it's laid out. Like the sun and moon rotate around us, I forget all the details now. I haven't read in a while, but you know what I'm saying? It's like in the way the Bible describes what was created first, that the Earth is centered, that the Earth is stationary, that the sun and moon revolve around us, like all those things. And I'm like, that is the flat Earth quote unquote model.
Yeah.
At a base level, yeah, I know there's details about the model we don't get or don't understand. That's fine. But at a base level, it's like it's Earth, it's flat. Maybe there's a dome, maybe there's not. I don't know. Sun and moon around us, stars revolve around us for sure. I've no doubt about that.
Yeah.
And that's what it says in the Bible. So I'm like, how did the Bible get it right, or how did the quote unquote Neanderthal people of that time get it right without some sort of divine intervention or super intelligence that they figured that out?
Yeah.
Can I say something, guys?
Yeah, go for it, Dave.
On to your point about like how religion was manipulated, I think like you just have to read between the lines, you know, or just read in between the lines, just like most things.
Wait, what?
Sorry.
Or either of you, it's fine.
Sorry, say it again, T-Bog.
Well, Cage was saying read between the lines. I was just wondering if he wants to say more, or you're good with that. Well, I guess what do you mean by read between the lines of religion?
Reading between the lines, like with religion, like obviously, like especially in the Catholic. I'm just saying it from where I was born and raised a Catholic, and the Catholic Church hides a lot of stuff, you know. Like, so not everything. Just think about this. Just think about what like all God is about is just being a good person, and everyone knows what good is, unless you're just born evil. I don't think anyone's born evil. So,
the Bible says people are, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe some people are. Maybe it's meant because
I'm not saying
like,
you are. I'm just
like,
saying.
No, but it's like yin and
true. I don't know.
It's like yin and yang. Like you need evil in order to have good, right? Like it's like dark and light. So everyone balance. Like you need that. You need.
Everyone has evil in them, though, right? Like to some degree.
But I think we are. I think we're in hell technically right now. In a way.
Well, Cage, you're gonna like some of my material, man. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's what I teach. So, but yeah, Chris, I think you were making a point, and I think we would all agree with that. You know, that's true fundamentally. And even if we claim that we aren't, we don't know that until God decides it. So he could find a whole bunch of things that he didn't like, and so it's he decides how much of it. But yeah, fundamentally, every human being except Jesus Christ himself was either a part of, knowingly or unknowingly, committed some form of evil. And it's just a function even just of being in our human body, but that is just the beginning. So yeah.
Oh, hey, by the way, I came across this video. It's called "The Moon: Incredible Lunar Views from the Japanese Selene Orbiter Earthrise."
Okay.
It's the most fake thing I've ever seen. Dude, it's the most cheesy graphics.
Oh, really?
Man, they're stretching, dude. I was watching the Pebble Beach golf tournament earlier.
Guys, sorry to interrupt you.
Hey, one second. I was watching the Pebble Beach golf tournament earlier, and then they're stretching on this curvature stuff now, man. They're showing the water line in California, and like it's all curved. Like they're just bending everything in the background. I'm like, these guys
they're using a fisheye.
It's crazy, dude. I feel like they know that flat Earth is kind of picking up, and then they're exaggerating the kind of nonsense. But yeah, it's crazy, dude. Sorry, Cage. What's up, man?
Yeah, like within like the next 5 to maybe pretty soon, like around 5 minutes, I'm gonna get cut out again, and I'm gonna have to leave. So if I get cut out, I just wanted to say it was really good talking to you guys.
Yeah, man. Welcome.
I subscribed. Dude. I'll probably come back and like after if you're still on here.
Yeah, keep an open mind, man. It's you're gonna drown in stuff that you may not understand. You can reach out to me personally or whatever. Anybody who's Canadian automatically is welcome on this panel. So glad to have you, man. So
thanks, buddy.
Where'd you grow up, man? Did you grow up in Toronto? Is that home for you?
Yeah, born and raised in
That's
Toronto.
Cool. It's a great city, man. I lived there for a couple of years.
Oh, you were down here too? You said you're up in North Bay, right? North Bay is pretty close. It's not too far.
Yeah.
It's a few hours away.
Just north enough to be perfect is its slogan. And it's like in the middle of nowhere. But yeah, that's where the spiritual journey started. So, but yeah, man, I mean, Chris Berry, good channel to subscribe to him. He does a lot of good work. And the people that come by here, it's not gonna win you maybe a lot of friends or get you women or a lot of money or anything like that. But hopefully you'll think of something new if you go through some of my stuff. And I'm pretty open about my life and stuff. And if what I teach is wrong, I'm not, emotionally that I'm invested in it, but I'm open to being criticized. I would just say, just be careful, I guess, with stuff that you can share whatever you want with me, but I just want you to know that what I share on my channel is very.
Well, you can't get anywhere without a good debate. You know what I mean? So.
Yes, true, and we're in a lot of them, but they're tiring. But things on a spiritual nature, I would just say.
Well, no, you seem pretty reasonable. Like, you seem like some people, even if you throw a complete fact at them, like, they will not want to different. Like, they will not want to differ from their little opinion they have formed in their mind.
Yeah.
You seem like someone, if you saw something like that you knew for a fact, then you would just agree with it, that you personally saw as true. Like 1 + 1 = 2. It's not very.
Yeah, I mean, we're if you're a technical person, Chris and I are into that, like, flat earth stuff. Like, I like the technical aspects of the debate. I don't like the theatrics, which there's a lot of, and I've gotten involved in that. But yeah, I mean, we're rational people. I'm not trying to benefit off of a narrative that does not exist or will not happen. I will be embarrassed. I don't want to co-sign something that is insane. So just take a look at some of my stuff. Definitely the flat earth would be a good thing to start if you ever have just questions, even if you don't want this hangout published, we can talk. The people that come by here are normal human beings, and so we're not into.
Yeah, for sure. You guys seem like cool guys. But yeah, I have to go right now.
All right.
My buddy's here. I'm gonna call you guys after.
All right, man. Peace.
I'm gonna come back on here after if you guys are still around.
All right. Take care, man.
So, I have to go soon too, but I wanted to circle back to flat earth again, of course. But listening to all these debates and like on the Black Swan and Al K had a live stream earlier, and it was like Rumpus Rumpus reviews Black Swan. In other words, like, they're going to try and debunk it, of course. It's like they have to, otherwise, or it's flat. It's like, I love how that we've come to that point. It's like, oh, so either it is refraction of some insane extreme form that I've never seen and I've never seen proven, or Earth's flat. Like, those are your two options, and that's a scary place to be for a baller, right? Again, it's like, I don't want that to be my option. That either we have to explain this away with extreme, not even extreme refraction, but refraction that doesn't even make logical, coherent sense.
Correct.
Or Earth is flat.
Yeah. If somebody told you and I, you have to believe light goes to infinity to be a flat earther, I'm like, hell no, I'm not co-signing that. I'm getting the hell out of that. Like, I'm not believing in stupid stuff. I'm sorry. Like, no, like I can't co-sign that. And I'm curious, I'm going to try and troll them a little bit, but I don't think they even want me on these hangouts anymore, because I'm going to keep asking them, how the hell do these rays curve? Riley's been asking this every day for like months now, and they're not going to answer because they know that it's credit to him for laying the foundation. But you guys as a collective group, I know you're not part of the Oakley camp, but the whole thing, they've just annihilated the baller, like, for me, officially. So, yeah.
Sure. Yeah, and I mean, and again, I listen to that show, and I've been on it several times, but I listen to that show mostly to get that information. Yeah. And they have, from a logic standpoint, they have the best arguments that you can make. Yeah. Whether it's gas pressure next to a vacuum, or now Black Swan, or whatever it is. It's a great show to listen to even learn. I've learned more about how to debate from that show than all of high school and 4 years of correct, university big time put together. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. But so again, just to wrap up the looming thing, I personally now believe that the quote unquote scientists came up with the term and definition for looming because they saw stuff on that they couldn't explain otherwise. Yes. Does that make sense? Yes. So I don't think there was any nefarious, like, oh, we know the Earth's flat, therefore we're coming up with looming. But I think these people are like, okay, wait a minute, that thing is too far based on our model. Yeah. So, but we know the Earth is round, right? So there's always that presupposition. We know it's round, but we know it's too far. Oh, that's like, it's got to be this looming refraction thing going on. Yeah. So that's what I believe happened. I believe that's still happening. Well, it is still happening with people like Rumpus and others. They're using that as the explanation when you have to presuppose R. You have to presuppose that light does what they say it's doing, or wrapping around, like it just perfectly wraps around, and you don't see any deformities or anything. Hell no. No, I could never co-sign that, dude. Like, and I'm not an optics expert, but
done ray propagation with sound waves, and that's not the way it works.
Right.
No,
sound, you would never get sound to work that way either, right? Like
it has to be
you would
guided.
never wrap around a ball.
Yeah, just like anything, it has to have a motivation to do that. And that's, I would say the rumpus people like that do know. I would say maybe even some of the academic people who don't come on these debates, I agree with what you're saying as far as a narrative. They might not know, they just whatever. They're like, hey, I see this thing, factor the Earth curve. That means that this much of refraction has happened in order for me to see that. And this is me publishing it. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, that
right.
Almost believe it has to happen all the time, like
right.
You have to think. And not just in our generation, in past generations as well. So yeah.
Right. Well, it's like I don't know if it's Aristotle or who are these old timers are. It's like, Aristotle saw a boat going out and it appeared to go over to disappear bottom up, therefore Earth is round. It's like, what? Like that's the best you have. Whereas now with P900s and telescopes and P1000s, we can record these, analyze them, and then realize, oh, wait a minute. First of all, it's disappearing bottom up because of refraction, and there is that refraction zone, and you can clearly see that.
Yeah.
And then it's getting smaller because of perspective, and then it's fading out because of haze and atmosphere. I'm like, that's it. So there's absolutely no conclusion that that's because it's falling off the edge of a ball.
Yeah.
Or going over the edge rather.
Chris, Ali put it best last time we chatted, because he was saying, when Rumpus puts those layers and then shoots the light through it in that sugar water or whatever, that's essentially a flat Earth proof, because that's showing bottom up obstruction, because the ray is going to like attenuate, and
it's gonna like bounce off the bottom.
Yeah, and it's like that's not on a curved Earth. Like, come on.
Right.
First of all, how would you wrap that around an Earth? How do you wrap an atmosphere, which is the fundamental issue that we have with the presupposition of R? How does something elegantly wrap around Earth and maintain a density gradient going outwards and fan out? That's a major problem, just forming it. So even if we ask Rumpus to dump a ball into a submerge it and then fan out these different densities, he wouldn't even be able to do that. That's why he uses a flat fish tank, because that's all he can produce. So he wouldn't even be able to show us that visually happens. And so it's just funny, like you and like Ali and the other advanced people, you guys know that actually what they're doing is supporting flat Earth, which is crazy. Like it's nuts, man.
Right. The best I've seen is like these guys using liquid nitrogen to get something to apparently loom up.
I saw that.
I don't know if and I'm like, well, that's interesting. That is fascinating. But first, again, there's so many problems with this. First of all, you're using liquid nitrogen, right? Like, what's the temperature variance of that and the outside temperature, like 300 degrees or something difference?
Yeah.
And then so then obviously that goes towards that the atmosphere isn't made of liquid nitrogen, not even close.
Yeah.
Then the other thing is if you analyze those videos and what's happening versus what they say is happening, it's still not the same thing. You can get an inch of an object to be presented, that wasn't there.
Yeah.
But it's moving on the y-axis, whereas now with like Black Swan, they're saying that it's moving on the z-axis.
Yeah,
9 miles out, and it's like being lifted up on the z. And I'm like, but that's not what these videos are showing. They're showing slight y-axis movement.
Yeah.
And even then it's not lifting the object. It's just presenting a little bit more of a compressed bottom. It's compressing, or maybe it's even decompressing the bottom of these objects.
Yeah.
Using this liquid nitrogen, but it's not lifting them up into the air like you have to have on this in this model.
So for people who know what Chris is saying from a ray tracing perspective, it's not just reaching our eye, which is the first step if it lifts up, or what he's saying allows us to see more of the bottom. So that's allowing the ray to reach. But what Chris is getting at is that it's not reaching our eye faster than the object in front. You know what I mean? Like, it's not that looming up. Looming doesn't mean bring it up and then bring it forward towards us in front of the horizon. That can't happen. So looming is just what it is. It's always behind the horizon and relative to the horizon. It's not bringing an object forward like in the Black Swan image. It's not like the horizon's getting pushed back and then those two oil platforms are coming forward. It's not doing those two things at the same time. That's insane. That's non-physical.
No.
That's not the way light propagates through anything. for sure. So
Right,
I've seen that
right.
with skeptics debate where he like splashed that thing and then something came up and it looked a little bit fake, but let's say it's real. That phenomenon would happen on a curved or a flat Earth anyway. So
True.
it's not like that doesn't
Right.
happen on flat Earth like stuff.
Right. And again, the example is like it's not good for ball Earth because it means you have to have not just extreme conditions, but the most extreme conditions that you have to have man-made, right?
Yeah, agreed.
I.e., liquid nitrogen is man-made, and
Yeah,
and
just
then
splash that across the ocean, right? 10 miles.
right,
Yeah.
and then not only that, but even in that case, which is a man-made scenario, you're getting half of an inch of extra viewing.
Yeah, I agree.
It's like, so what's and obviously there's scale, but say half of an inch, 30 feet. You know, what's that, like 3 feet at, a couple miles that we're seeing these things too far? It's like, it just doesn't add up.
No. That channel above the water, let's say 5 to 10 feet, maybe just maximum 5 feet. Rumpus has even said that he only needs about 3 measurements. Surface, 8 to 10 feet and then 15 to 20 feet. So he's proving that low corridor is fairly stable by his own words, because he's asking plain truth for 3 numbers. So we catch them in all their double speak. That channel close above the water is very, very stable. It's not going to bend light around a curve. It's going to be very consistent, and it will produce results like the black swan. So that's nonsense. They're not even going to be able to get away with multiple densities in that layer. It's going to be pretty homogeneous. So
right.
It's not going to
work. But then even that, like, to get something to wrap around, say, a ball of, let's say, that many miles, like 9-10 miles.
Yeah.
You're talking, say, within the first mile, within the first 2 miles, I'll give you the temperatures is relatively the same. Mm-hmm. But after that, it's like, it's a crapshoot. You're going to have such varying temperatures that those rays are going to be coming in. You're going to see like half of the boat and then 3/4 of this and 1/4 of that. Like, you're never going to see these full oil rigs. Oh, and by the way, there's a boat boat between the oil rigs that's moving. That's like,
I know.
That's driving. I'm like, that's a hologram? That moving boat is a hologram that's loomed up.
It's literally like we peered our head out 10 miles and we're seeing everything, like the shadow, the base. I mean, come on, dude. Like,
right.
The only option I think that's reasonable for them and it's fine is if they say it's CGI. That's really, I would say, all they have left. And that's just like, now they're using our arguments against us because we say everything's CGI that NASA produces. So these clowns are telling us that BMLSLB 69. The only bad news for the ballers is that that's just one example of an infinite number of possible observations that anybody can capture. So they can run, but
right. Well, it's even worse. It's even worse than CGI because now we've got them using flat Earth arguments as ball arguments. Yeah. So again, for example, I had 3. I can only think of 2, but one is Earth is both open and closed. I've heard both ways.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know what the official answer is because I've heard ballers say it's open and closed.
Whatever day you catch them on,
Whatever day, like whatever they need to be at the time.
Yeah.
Horizon is both fixed and apparent.
Yeah.
There's so many other things
with Brenda. Yep.
Yeah, gravity is a weak force, but holds everything down. Like it just goes on and on. But basically, we've gotten them in such a double speak scenario that it's, oh no, we've always said that the horizon is apparent. Like, what are you talking about? Well, you can pull up just any number of clips of all these ballers saying, no, that's the horizon. That's it. It's there. It's fit.
Dude, Chris, that's their biggest loss in this whole thing is that edge. Now that it's gone away, that surface has no preference, whether it's the geometric a little bit before or a little bit after. It's just whatever's on that surface, the rays are moving. Doesn't care if it's geometric edge or not. So that kind of puts them in a really bad position because they're going to have to stumble like we are to understand bottom up because it's not anything physical anymore. It has to be a purely ray tracing answer. And that's a big loss for them, because then now they have to then defend rays curving across a curved surface. And then all the issues that we talked about, miraging, compression, all that. So
right,
because their rays now have to travel over a curve and then they have to start answering questions. At least we have the ability to just say the light rays are traveling in a straight path when it has a nice day to do so. But they're screwed, man. I would not want to be a baller. And I'm not saying that because I'm a flat earther. I'm just saying from a technical point, I would not want to be defending that because I'd be sweating and uncomfortable. So,
right.
Yeah.
Oh, I can just imagine Rumpus like, oh God, I got to call my friend Philip. We have his imaginary friend Philip that we always hear about but never see.
He tells us his last name though, by the way. I find it funny that he throws his own colleague under the bus, gives us his full name. God. That's bad, dude. Like he knows.
I haven't heard that. Yeah.
It might be a fake name, but I don't think he should do that kind of stuff. But
I believe it's his partner, but I could be wrong about that.
It's a bad time to be a baller, dude. Like they're screwed. Did you ever in those moments get really irritated, or did you just take it in stride when they were kind of pressing you on all those stupid shadows and all that? Like, did you actually internalize it, or do you just turn your computer off and be like, who cares kind of thing?
Mostly who cares. The biggest thing for me is like, I'm the one out there doing these tests, and all they're coming back with is that's not right. You did it wrong.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, listen, you guys are a bunch of chat troll losers
who
don't do your own test, but when someone else does it, all of a sudden it's wrong.
Yeah.
And like, that's the thing that ticks me off the most.
Yeah.
But no, at the end of the day, I did it. But listen, and I've said this before, and that is like, at least with the shadow one, I don't know if that's what's happening in real life. My whole point was that I want to show that there's an alternative way to do that. Right. So all I'm saying is there's at least one alternative way, because I've proven that that's possible. Is that what's actually happened? Like maybe there's 10 other alternative ways that I haven't thought of and that they haven't thought of too. Like I don't have all the answers, but I knew for a fact there's at least one alternative way on a flat model, because I believe it's flat. Now you could say I'm presupposing it and that's fine, but I made a prediction saying, well, if it's flat, there's got to be another way. I figured it out and I tested it and it worked. And they did not like that at all. To this day, they ignored my test and say that's not right.
The debates, the arguments to your test with the bottom up thing were just mad funny with the shadow of the cloud, because they're like, oh man, look at this guy using like a local light source that's really intense to do this, and it's like, dude, that's what the sun is, moron.
That's what
like,
the sun is.
Oh man, like it was mad funny. Crazy.
Right. Did you see Stingray's model on how he got the sun to get, I don't know if it's 100%, but to get the light of the sun to work and then to get the sun to set?
Oh, he got it work on a model?
Yeah.
Dope. Nice.
I believe a flat earther.
He's flat, dude. That guy for sure.
Well, he's mostly a troll, but he puts out some decent stuff sometimes. But basically, a flat earther gave him the idea of turning the sun into I guess it's called like a toroid.
Oh yeah.
A toroidal field. So the way that the light comes out, it almost kind of wraps around itself, sort of, but like instead of going all out in parallel lines like we're told, it has a stopping point. If you can imagine, like it arcs and it hits the ground. And he's like, it worked. And he said there's still some things about like the overall model that he still would have to figure out.
Yeah.
I can't remember what they are, but he's like, in terms of the sun setting and why you don't see the light anymore, he's like, the toroidal field works. And I'm like, exactly. We need this outside the box thinking to solve this problem.
Wait, Chris, sorry, is the toroidal field modeling the sun or the channel that the sun is operating through? Do you know, or
I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. That's cool. I don't know.
My understanding of how the way it like kind of wraps, like a toroidal field, my understanding is it sort of wraps in a circular fashion or form, and it like kind of falls in on itself. So like, if you imagine that the rays, again, we're told the rays go out parallel, because and again, this is why this is actually bad on us, because we use the ball model parallel rays idea.
Yeah.
Whereas if it comes out in a toroid, then that quote unquote solves the problem. And I'm like, it's a kind of a brilliant thing to think of to use, because right, we used the 93 million mile sun parallel rays, whereas we're saying we have a smaller local sun, and maybe it's not doing the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, I thought that was cool. There's
a lot to be discovered, and I don't know. I think that I saw Quantum Eraser absolutely manhandle Dean, which was kind of funny, because we normally don't get that from Dean, because he thinks that he knows a lot. But I would say for those out there who are into this at a deeper level, like Chris, Life is Short has posted a more succinct video recently. And I'll put his link I'll put his link in the chat. I would highly recommend people to go and look at that, because these guys, if we would have known a little bit of this stuff sooner, we would have known that people like Dean and all that, they don't believe that an object can be obstructed bottom up across a flat surface ever. And I'm like, hopefully that has been taken care of at this point. And this video that I'm about to hit put in the chat is excellent, and the way real technical people do things. And I would recommend checking it out. These people that are teaching us optics are like what Chris is getting at, not exploring all possibilities and not even close. And so I think it's funny if anybody goes to this video and checks out the comments. Wolfie6020, who's this butthurt airline pilot, quote pilot, he's writing all this stuff to like an optics expert, and like he's just a moron. And all I wrote was go away, because like he's asking all these stupid questions. And then Life is Short's like, we want to do it over a short range to do tests, just like what Chris is interested in and does, good work. That's the way we understand things, because when you extrapolate it out, it's not going to contradict what's done locally. I mean, it's any mathematical understanding will work, in a generalized sense, the longer distances. It may require more complexity, but it's not going to contradict the local observation. And so he's like, yeah, I did this test on a local level to limit the refraction, and then, assume that it's flat, because over a short distance you can. And then, it would apply to the sun, being obstructed bottom up and all that over a flat plane if a person would go and do that kind of analysis. So they're lost. They're already failed. They failed the optics test, because I've shown it as a demonstration in my hallway, and he's done it many, many videos, that objects do indeed disappear bottom up across a flat surface. And he explains it's a mathematical limitation in information being squished into a very, very narrow space, depending on the angle that a person is viewing. And when we're talking about large distances and humans observing things across large distances, the angle's tight. We're not 1,000 feet tall human beings, like ostrich necks. I mean, like the angle's tight to whatever we're seeing. So, yeah, sorry.
Right. Do you remember? No, that's good. Do you remember it was my last video, where I had the card with the red strip on it, and then I moved, depending on how much I lowered or raised it or moved it forward and back. Like, so you have not only an X, Y, I don't know what the right term is, a Y coordinate change of compression and how much you see, like, raising or lowering the camera, but you also have that Z axis. So if the object goes farther away, then it limits what you can see.
Yeah.
One thing I figured out on that test, and I might do a part 2 because it would be pretty easy, is I had a 12-inch ruler and a yardstick. And at some point, if you go low enough, you hit that limit, that angle limit.
Yeah.
You can't see past a certain point, and you don't know how long those rulers and yardsticks are.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I could draw, like, link together, say, some paper and draw the red line all the way down.
Yeah.
Like 15 feet. But if I lowered the camera low enough, you wouldn't see that. And I would say, okay,
yeah,
guess how long this paper is.
Yeah.
You would not be able to guess, because that angle is limiting the amount of information, like you said, to the camera. And it could be 5 feet, it could be 50 feet. In fact, that might be a good one to do, just to demonstrate that that there's no way to know how, on a flat surface, how long, far something is away. So if you see something in the distance,
mm-hmm.
On the quote unquote horizon, well, that last stretch of horizon could be 30 miles of a compressed zone.
Yeah.
It's not possible to tell, because that information is limited. But
I like that, dude. By the way, you probably noticed I actually took your first video, so hopefully, I apologize if you didn't want that, but I did. I narrated that, and I think it's great. I like what you're saying. So you're saying not just the top red strip, along the axis of observation, there will be ambiguity of the length of the strip too, right?
Correct.
I guess. Yeah. I like that, dude.
Correct.
That what you demonstrated there is what Oakley does verbally to people when he says, put like a brick pile, half a mile away. Will you be able to see it? Obviously not. Okay. Put another layer on top of it. How many of those layers would be built up until you can see it? Eventually you'll be able to see it. That obstruction bottom up. And you just did it in a local way. And then any person like Life is Short or anybody, a baller, none of them would want to do this because it disproves their theory, would want to model that mathematically. You would have to take into account the things that you're showing, the angle, the distance, all that kind of stuff to decide whether you can actually see the red strip and then know how thick it is. And that just proves that it's disappearing bottom up. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, one thing that I hate from the ballers is like the arrogance that they'll say something like, oh, do you think you're discovering something new that no one else has ever discovered? It's like, well, maybe.
New to you.
Are you saying, yeah. It's like, are you saying everything ever has been discovered and figured out? Like, is that what you're saying? There's no room for growth. there's no possibility for learning something new or figuring something out that hasn't fully been figured out. Like the arrogance of such a statement, and this is supposed to be from the people who say things like, oh, we never really know things until, it could always change. The theory can always change.
Yeah.
But it can't change in our favor because Earth isn't flat.
Yeah. Let's say, Chris, God was off the table and you were already comfortable or uncomfortable with it. Would you still push this hard, as much as you do? Or is that the motivator to, quote, uncover God in this journey in flat Earth?
It's part of my motivator.
That's cool.
It's part of my personal motivation because I'm, how do I say it? It's like, I want the truth myself.
Yeah.
And if I'm the only one that I convince, then that's all that I can do is try. I can try and convince others, but I have to convince myself first and kind of move forward. I went to the Flat Earth conference in Dallas, and I didn't buy it. Yeah, and I saw some of your comments on that, but that's all right. But I actually didn't buy a ticket. I just showed up randomly. Yeah. Because, by the way, I only live like 15 minutes from the location.
Oh, that's dope.
So I thought, why not? And anyways, long story short, I ran into Nathan Thompson. Longer story short, I got some flyers. I got some of his infamous Flat Earth flyers, and he has one flyer that's more science-based, and it has like all the numbers on it and like the 8 inches per mile squared and all these things, and it's a little pamphlet. And then I got, so half of those I got, and then the other half were religious-based Flat Earth flyers. So it talks about, the circle of the Earth, and it explains that, or it talks about, the Earth being motionless, all those things. Anyways, I hand those out to people randomly.
That's
like,
cool.
I'll go through a drive-through and I'll say, hey, I'll ask them, are you more science-based minded or religious minded?
Yeah.
And depending on what they say, I'll give them one of those two flyers.
That's dope. That's
so
good.
That's about all I do in terms of Flat Earth as far as like pushing the narrative.
Yeah.
Or the idea. I'm not a huge proponent of just going up to random people and like disturbing their day. And I don't know if they've had a bad day, like their mom just died or something. So I don't want to like cause grief, because again, it's a heated topic for a lot of people. So
Nathan Thompson's got his own swag. He's got his own evangelism. So that cannot be reproduced. So,
no, he'll go up to like an 80-year-old grandma on the street and like, hey, did you hear the Earth's flat?
I'm just waiting for a video of him walking into like Lakewood Church or some mega church and just like stop the whole thing, and like him having to sort it out. Like, I'm just waiting for that day, because he just literally does not seem to care. He has no like, does not take social cues very well, that whatever is motivating him to do that. I mean, I can't speculate, but that's a different type of personality for sure.
Sure. And in one way I appreciate it, because again, I'm not like that, so I wouldn't do it. Yeah. So we kind of need someone like that who does it. Again, if every flat earther did it, it would become a problem, but because only a handful do it, I think it's fine.
It's telling. I actually do enjoy seeing it, because the reaction helps us kind of become more flat earther. Like, I become more flat when I see the way people should care. Like, it's like Chris is into music. If somebody talks to you about music, you wouldn't get, irritated. It's kind of like the Guitar Center or something like that. So Christians in front of a church not wanting to talk about the Bible is very odd. And so, yeah, it's telling that, well, the earth is flat, or, the people just don't understand what he's saying, but he expresses himself well.
Right. So I have a theory behind that. My understanding of why religious people get so upset is because they believe, because they've been taught that the Bible teaches round Earth.
Yeah.
Right. So if I come up to them and say, hey, Earth's flat, their first thing they think is, oh, like, no, like, you're crazy. Like, the Bible teaches round Earth. Right. But they just don't know. They haven't done the research to that side. They've only believed what they've been told as far as that point goes, I believe, at least most. Because and then once you finally lay out the facts of all of the passages about the motion of the earth, of being still, being the center, all those things, then it would hit with them, but just sort of off the cuff, I can see him sort of responding that way, I guess.
Yeah. That's gutsy, man. I'll be honest. I did a little bit of that back in the day when I first became a Christian and had all this zeal. And I look back on those days and cringe. I didn't do it the way he did it, in that kind of flamboyant way, but, I was like, accept Jesus Christ as your personal savior. I would buy these gospel tracts and all that kind of stuff. And like, I don't know if I necessarily want to see that playback in my life. Like, I don't think I was doing it necessarily for the wrong reasons, like trying to get anything or anything, but I would look at myself as a bit of a lost soul. You know, I'm not saying that that's Nathan or whatever, because I think the cool thing about what Flat Earth offers, it's very technical. That's what I love about this type of a quote conspiracy, is that it's objective. And I think that whatever a person does with it, I think ultimately anybody who receives it well, know that that is a spiritual transaction for not just Chris and me, but everybody. That is not a human thing for us to get on these hangouts and argue with like people who think that we're stupid and like, you know, make fun of us, and, you know, potentially some go after our families and stuff. Like, you know, that's not a normal thing. And I think that, man, it's incredible, dude. Like, I still every day, sometimes I'm like, how the hell did I not think about my surroundings even once until I was like 35 years old? That doesn't make sense. So it's crazy.
Right. Well, it shows you the power of brain, you know, whatever you're gonna call it, brainwashing or propaganda, that never once question the shape, never once question the motion.
Yeah.
You just, because they get you young enough, it's like, why would you question a scientist when you're 10 or 11 or 12?
Yeah.
And why would you question them when you're 35, right? Because you don't know as much as they know. Like, of course they've figured it all out.
Yeah.
Of course they have the answers. And then finally, at some point, you can break away from that molding that they've put on us, and do your own research, and then think of things like, well, if the Earth's spinning 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, and I'm flying east to west, and the Earth's spinning west to east, why don't I get there sooner? Or like, why don't you experience these motion shifts? Going north to south or east to west or any direction, really. And it's like, because it's not like, if the logical conclusion is just not spinning.
We would know, man, for sure. And it would be, and honestly, if it was, it would be cool. Like, we would go down these hangouts and talk about how cool that is, that happens, but it's not happening. So yeah, I agree with you. I got a funny story, quick story, Chris. Like, in high school physics, I was reading a document and we did a little bit of stuff about like astronomy and stuff, but very, very little. And I remember I misread it, and I read planes orbit the sun instead of planets. And I just, I misspoke, and then I fixed it. And then I remember I kind of was like embarrassed because I read it in front of my class. And I thought it was kind of an interesting thing looking back on this now, that I made that Freudian slip, which is more true than if I read it correctly as planets. And it's just funny, man. Like, at that age, as a high school kid, dude, I did not even consider once what the hell was going on around me, dude. I was like stuck in a book. I was trying to get grades. I was like worshiping school and all that. And I agree. There's a lot of, it's very easy at a young age to get focused on something that's even like healthy, like education or whatever, relationships and all that. Right. You don't even look up, and be like, damn.
Well, right. Well, and it's like, why would we not think the Earth is spinning? A, we were told by the smartest people. And then B, when you do look up, the stars are spinning. So it's like, are the stars spinning or is Earth spinning? Well, it kind of makes more sense that the Earth would be spinning just based on limited knowledge and understanding. Mm-hmm. But like, one of my favorite questions on the debates is, is there evidence of Earth rotation? Yeah. Anytime a baller gets on the panel, the inevitable answer is, yeah, stars moving. And they're like, so stars moving is evidence for Earth rotation? It's like, do you not understand that that's a logical fallacy? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
Chris, we wouldn't even use that as like a tertiary argument. That wouldn't even be top 10, like, that's just so dumb.
Right. So it's like that, it's just something you just don't think about. And it's, you really have to kind of be in this state of mind to understand that stars moving isn't proof of Earth moving.
We got another panelist. I don't know who this is, Chris, but I'll just ask. Most people, I kind of know who they are, and they're kind of funny. But hey, how are you?
I'm just popping in.
How do we refer to you? What's your name, sir? You have a really long handle. What should we refer to you as? Okio?
Okie, man. You just call me Okie. Okay. Well, I'm scared to tell you my other internet name because of drama that I had. But I guess for now you can just call me Okie.
All right. Welcome, man. So what's your story, dude? What's going on?
Not much. Not much. I'm assuming this is a flat Earth.
Yeah. Me and Chris are flat earthers, yeah. But we talk about spiritual topics and stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm one too. I would consider myself one too. So I mean, can I like tell you how I got into it or what?
Yeah, go for it, man.
Well, I got into it around whenever a lot of other people did. I would say that was 2015.
Yeah.
I don't really know how I got into it. I kind of questioned it before that, but it was more with geocentrism.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot when this was. I think this was like 2013. But somehow I seen a video that was about a flat Earth, and I guess it stuck with me, and it kind of comforted me a little bit because, sorry, it kind of comforted me a little bit, at the flat Earth because, when I was younger,
mm-hmm.
I just kind of felt this, not a strong fear, but you ever get this uneasiness about being on a globe? It was just like, I know it sounds weird, but like, I guess like this being in space, being open and exposed like that was just so unnerving.
I agree. That's true, man. That's a great point. Yes.
But yeah, that's kind of how I got into it. I was watching videos in 2015. I mean, I don't know how you guys feel about like the big flat earthers. I'm not really into them. I don't want to say much about them because I don't know what your opinion is on them. But
no, dude, we're free. We don't have any. I don't have any ties to anything. We don't talk in any kind of way. There's no secrets here. I mean, I think that I generally, my channel, very small, draws like normal, like individuals who do not work in any kind of group. Obviously, people who have whatever number of subs can come by. But generally speaking, people like Chris and others who are just individuals are more what I'm drawn to. But yeah, I feel like, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was about to say, what makes me mad about this whole, flat Earth thing is that like, okay, do you use Reddit?
Yes, I do. I'm on Reddit a lot.
Okay, well, if you're ever on the conspiracy boards, you'll hear a lot of people say that like flat Earth is like controlled opposition.
Yeah.
And what makes me bad about it is because it's not. What's the controlled opposition is the higher, how do I say it, higher ups, the big people in flat Earth.
Yeah.
And that's really can go with a lot of the conspiracies. I mean, not all of them, because some of them, are obviously like fake. But I mean, they can go with a lot of conspiracies. The theory itself, isn't fake, but what is the leaders of the group.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway,
I would say the way I view it is that they will not respond to us. Whoever this governing body is, and fundamentally, if you're spiritual, it's God, will not respond until we ask questions. So people like Chris and individuals who I prefer getting information from their channels, they kind of push the envelope by putting information out there, and then people have to react to it and then either form a conversation or ignore it. And then that kind of answers the question for me as well. And so I kind of do that a little bit as well. And so I would say, again, I'm not making excuses for those people, which I think we all know who those people are in the flat Earth. But we have a responsibility to kind of push the needle a little bit. And I think that this to me is where the gatekeeping is not just in flat Earth, but really in anything, even in the political arena. It's like if our entire country, America, talks about nonsense, then our leadership is allowed to just talk about nonsense. And so until we change the narrative, it's going to stay that way. And so I think that it's kind of the similar way that God operates in other arenas. But yeah, I'm with you. I mean, those people that are too much in on the money part and not the technical contribution, that's a major problem. Yeah.
The money. Yeah, and you just brought up the money part. Like, that's the thing with money. Well, I'm not going to get into that right now, but what I hate is people that just, they get on YouTube for the monetization. Yeah. I mean, if you get it, I'm not saying you're necessarily bad, but, I feel like people who just base their whole YouTube existence, not just in the flat Earth in general, it just seems fake to me. Like it takes, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, okay. There's just someone in the chat who's talking. Can you say that point again? What was that?
Monetization and like I don't want to say it, but like kind of, I'm not saying that it's wrong to take money from the internet. I guess it just feels fake when people just seem overly concerned about monetization.
Yeah.
Sometimes
I would say the way that Nathan Oakley does it, I like, because he's very upfront with the fact that that is his business, that is his vocation, and he's very dedicated to it, and so he really only focuses on those topics. So the other people who like do all the interviews and like come to the conference and hand out awards and all that kind of stuff, I'm not into that. That's not being transparent at all about money, where it's going, and it lacks the spiritualness of this truth, because whether people like it or not, God is involved in this unveiling. He's involved, and so when God is not involved really at all, and it's very unclear as to what really is going on, that makes me just as uncomfortable.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, hey, Fractal.
Yeah.
Was that the dude that was listening here?
What's up?
Fractal. Somebody said hi.
Yeah, Fractal Escape. Yeah, I've seen him in the Flat Earth chats and stuff. I think he's a flat earther. We have kind of a relatively small group that kind of comes by here. We are, I present, Bible studies weekly. I try to, and then so biblical flat Earth people usually are drawn to this channel. So people who are into the Bible or people who hate the Bible tend to come here. That's usually the.
Do you know anything about Jethro?
No.
Insiders. Zero Infinity.
No.
Urban Disciples.
No.
Okay, I was just. I'm sorry. I was just asking to see. You have a little circle of YouTube people that you can hang out with. That's just my circle. I was just making sure. I don't know. I sometimes feel like they might follow me around.
Oh, okay. What is that narrative of that group, those groups?
It's a weird narrative. It's really weird. It's there's I guess the biggest narrative at one. Oh, I came. You know what? It doesn't fit here, but they had a big drama early last year. They had a big drama about Facebook and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So yeah.
Yeah, I got off Facebook recently, and I definitely don't miss it, but there's it's a time consuming thing to be involved in. So I hear you, man. I'm kind of off social media. It's like never really been that into it, but it's difficult, with Flat Earth and the other things that I share on my channel. It's definitely not a place where going to any kind of medium like that and broadcasting information will get any kind of positive feedback. So it doesn't really hurt me in these days. But
it's kind of like me. I'm not really that interested. The closest social media thing to social media that I have, I would probably say would be YouTube and Reddit, and that's it. Yeah,
me too. Oh yeah. So Chris, I don't know, Chris Berry was on. So thanks for joining, Chris, and had another individual named Cage who came by, and so Okio, I'm glad to have you on as well, man. So
that's not ending, is it?
What's that?
It's not ending yet, is it?
No, I don't really have any topic. Like earlier, I don't know if you caught the beginning. I typically do a Bible study and some just random stuff, and then I just leave it open, for whatever you want to chat about and stuff. My channel kind of focuses on the end times from the Bible, and so that's my angle. But I just kind of leave it open in case people like yourself want to chat. So if you have anything you want to share and stuff, go for it.
Okay, yeah. So
are you a Bible person? Like, do you have a religious affiliation?
Do I have a religious? I would say I'm pretty religious. No, not pretty religious. Sort of religious.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a religious background.
Oh, okay.
I was and everybody probably heard of them. I was a Jehovah's Witness at one point.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
It was a weird, I would say.
Yeah, that's a very peculiar group for sure.
I mean, it had some okay people in it. I wouldn't say it's the worst thing I've been in, but I never really bought it too much.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, but yeah, I'm kind of Christian. I don't know. It's just weird, I guess.
Oh, okay. Like you know things about the Bible, and do you know much about?
Yeah, I mean, I know. I won't say I know a lot about it. I know some things that probably maybe the average person on the street doesn't know about it. But
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I haven't read the whole thing.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you have time, I don't know if it interests you, but my channel, goes through, the Bible and in particular the book of Revelation. If you have some time, I'll put the link in the chat in case you ever come back and want to watch the video. I would, if you ever are interested, would be good. Check it out, and I walk through it. It kind of brings the Bible together as well, forms a narrative of the whole thing. And so the Jehovah Witnesses, I think it's interesting because I came across one recently, and we got to talking about the 144,000 and stuff, and so that comes up as well in this video that I'll put in the chat in case you ever interested and want to check it out. Just be patient because there's a lot of things in there that you may have never even heard of that's in the Bible. For example, reincarnation, but it's worth giving a chance. It's well thought out, for sure.
What's up when this stream is over? I would some now, but like I have a lot of tabs open on my computer. I'm a tab hoarder, I guess you can call me. So
no, that's
I'm on a Chromebook, so it'll close you out and it'll restart this whole thing. So
no, it's a long video anyway, so don't worry about it.
But yeah, I will sub to your channel.
Cool. Yeah, so there's another individual in the chat, but he doesn't. I just want him to turn his video off. If you can join the panel, but I just don't want your video on. Just turn that off and keep it off. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna add somebody else. Anomaly Bear. But we have a question.
He seems I don't know if he's familiar. Mm-hmm. I might have spoken to him before or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. We have a question in the chat. Why do some people believe in God but not Jesus? I mean, that's a good question. I would say everything about understanding, Jesus Christ and accepting his work and learning anything from him is a personal thing. It's a one-to-one connection. And so it's not for everybody. God's existence, the Bible says, is self-evident. But a person who desires reconciliation with God through Jesus Christ is not very many people, because first and foremost, you would have to understand sin, what sins are offensive to a God, and then require reconciliation, and then require that entity to allow you into the kingdom of heaven and then give you something to quote unquote do. And so that's not for very many people. And so that is why, Jesus Christ group is a very, very small one. And even though Christianity is very, very large and prevalent around the world, it is not reflective really in any way of Jesus Christ as presented in the Bible.
I just wanted to ask you, what's your view? Like, because a lot of people, they say that, Jesus and God, high, most high, whatever you want to call him,
yeah,
God man. They say that he, they're the same thing. Like, do you feel that's true? Or do you not? Like,
no, I read a good verse earlier from Revelation 4:11, which I think is one of the best sort of summaries. Thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power, for thou hast created all things for thy pleasure. They are and were created. And so the Most High created Jesus Christ, and then Jesus Christ, whether he co-created or created what we have in front of us, he is ultimately going to be the king of this realm, whatever you call it. But he was made by the Heavenly Father. And so by causality, Jesus Christ was made, whether you call him made or a derivative of the Heavenly Father, it's not really that important. But the creator, which Jesus Christ has access to, is the beginning of all things. He made you, me, everything. Every idea, the notion even of good and evil, he invented that.
Yeah. That's one thing I will say that Jehovah's Witnesses have, right? You know, my thing is that, like, a lot of what the Jehovah's Witnesses, do you have any knowledge of them? You know, well,
not much.
You know,
I just know that they're tied to the 144,000 in some way. But you can share if you have thoughts on that.
Well, my opinion, I don't know how you feel about them. Well, they do have a lot of correct knowledge. My opinion is that they are not really like the true ones, but I don't know. I mean, I don't really want to like just kind of drop what I feel. Are you into conspiracies, or is this like, well, obviously, I mean, you're a flat earther, but like, how far do you kind of take it?
No, I mean, I'm comfortable with any topic or like okay. I believe any conspiracy that manifests, God's behind it. So that's my stance on this channel. So
I mean, I know it was weird to ask you because we're like flat earthers, but we have like a lot of people have their limits. But I mean, I mean, I feel like because what was his name? Charles Taze Russell. That was the person who founded it. The Witnesses. He was a Mason.
Yeah.
So it would make sense that they would have a lot of correct info on the world and stuff. Being that they're so high up, but.
The ones that I come across do not know the book of Revelation. And again, I don't know if my interpretation is correct until it actually happens, but you would need to know that to claim that you're of 144,000, because those are a group that the Bible says wherever Jesus Christ goes, they go, and their testimony will be a prophetic one in the end times. And so if they don't know really anything about the book of Revelation or really the entire Bible, they are something else, they're and they have to be. And those 144,000 are men only. The Bible says.
Supposedly, like, well, they're men only. Well, yeah, they're kind of awful. Supposedly, they like you become one by getting baptized or something. It's weird. I don't know. That's a weird organization.
They might be. I don't know. Some of them might be in that group, but that's it's we don't know. Even if we're in that sort of end generation, and then the Bible says that they will be in the last generation. And so a person claiming to be that shouldn't really, unless they know for sure that they're in the end times. And not just that, they have to be alive during the end, because those are the ones that will be saved. And so it's not good to speculate. I think we can get certain characteristics like the disciples, the people closest to Jesus, all the prophets, Joshua, all the Daniel, all those people. Those are the group, those spirits, wherever they exist right now. Some of them are here. If you can accept reincarnation, they are of that group. And so. Oh,
so you believe in reincarnation?
Yeah, the Bible teaches reincarnation.
I'm kind of iffy about it. I'm not. I won't. I see some signs of it.
Okay. Where do you see the signs?
There will be a lot of things explained by it, but at the same time, I sometimes feel that. I don't know. There's like like an afterlife. I don't really know.
What signs?
Maybe it could be a mix. Maybe sometimes it's not reincarnation for some, and for some reason, some others get reincarnated.
Yeah, that could be too. Yeah. Yeah, we don't know who and like how many times or any of that. We know a few instances where it does happen in the Bible for sure, without a doubt.
I mean, it would. Well, I don't know if it's kind of a weird subject to bring on here, but like it would kind of explain some, disorders and stuff. Like, I don't know. I don't want to offend anybody, but like, it could kind of explain, homosexuals. Maybe they were female in the present, in a former life.
Yeah,
probably the immediate former life.
Yeah,
and it could be transferring over.
Yeah, no, I would agree with you. It is one of the mechanisms that help us. It brings in a lot more questions, but it helps us understand God's judgment for sure. Yes,
but I would say that I won't say it's the scariest thing of after death if it's real, but it has some very disturbing implications if it's true.
What are some?
Well, I mean, there's a lot. You know, depending on what you reincarnate as, you could be a lot of things. You could reincarnate as a bug, and or something, and live a horrible life and have no way out because they don't have the things that humans have.
Yeah.
You might reincarnate which is very unlikely, but I mean, you never know, into some kind of object.
Mm-hmm.
The same applies. You could. Also, just change you mentally and your personality. You might end up as a murderer or doing something that you, at least in this life, you would never do. So,
yeah.
I mean, that's fine, So, yeah.
It's impossible to know beyond what the Bible states. That's why I don't go too far with it unless I have a reason in the Bible to make a claim about a connection, because there are people that go too far with it. I try to not. I limit it to what I can read. But yeah, you're right. I mean, we have no idea. That optimization, we have no chance of ever understanding. No, first of all, we don't even know what a spirit is before we decide where it lives. Yeah, like you were saying, in an animal, where, human, all that. So we have another person here, Anomaly Bear. Just a quick mic check. I'll probably wrap up in a bit, but if you guys, have some.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
Not much, man. Just enjoying the stream. I had a couple questions, but it kind of it started going in a different direction. So I just want to let you guys talk that out, because I also read the Bible. I follow Jesus. I have a relationship with him. Some people like to call him other names, like Yeshua, and but I don't get too argumentative over schematics and stuff like that, but I mean, it's an interesting conversation. I just heard about the reincarnation thing today. Could you tell me which part of the Bible you're referring to that alludes to that?
Yeah, there's one that's the most direct proof, is just John the Baptist is Elijah, and so that is Jesus directly saying that. And so the other ones, there are many, and I've done a video, and I may need to update it because I know of more now. But first, Jesus Christ says when he returns, those who pierced him will see him. And so those people that physically were there will see him again here. And then even Paul, when he talks about salvation in his letters, he says he always talks about us will see the salvation. So that is also a light reincarnation proof that God's disciples and the people of the 144 existed in his time and then are here now as well. There is a whole chapter in Ezra that talks about the sevenfold judgments of a person after they leave their body. And it talks about how a person sees their final judgment, which will be their last time, here on earth. There is also two witnesses that are prophesying in the book of Revelation in the end times. And there's strong evidence, if it's not just literally obvious, that it is Elijah and Moses. And so their spirits will be in two bodies in the end times. And so they're reincarnated again. And so,
Does it talk about them being self-aware that they are reincarnated, or
No, John the Baptist did not know that he was Elijah. He didn't know, because they even asked him. One quick second. They even asked him, "Are you Elijah?" He said he didn't know. He didn't say yes immediately. He knew only that he was John the Baptist, but his spirit was in the womb and so that was
That's very interesting. Yeah. And so it wasn't like when he said Peter, when he changed Peter's name to Peter. No. Or he changed Saul to Paul. No, it's not like that. Okay.
No.
That's interesting, man. I'll have to check that video out. It's in your playlist or what? All right, cool, dude. I just heard about that today. So I believe in synchronicity for sure. I know God spoke to me that way many times. So I'm definitely interested. But yeah. Can I ask you a question about flat Earth?
Yeah. Go for it. Tell me you're a flat earther.
Oh, I am. Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah,
okay,
no,
good.
I've been I guess in the closet for like 6 months, and then I came out of the closet, and I'm really close to my church, and they think I'm an idiot, but it's all right.
Keep fighting through, man. That's good. That's good.
Oh yeah, dude. And like I was already hip to 9/11 and all that. So
yeah.
And when y'all started talking about Freemasonry, that's my cup of tea. I mean, I go deep into Freemasonry, man. And
you probably know Russian vids, right? I'm assuming. Anomaly.
Huh?
You probably subscribe to Russian vids and all that.
I'm not subscribed. I know who Russian Vids is, but I'm not subscribed to him. I guess I should. Has he got some good work or what?
No, you don't have to, but he goes into that. That's where I got it from mostly.
No, yeah, I do too, man. I got really into Freemasonry when I learned about gematria.
Yeah. Oh yeah, gematria. Yeah. What's his name? Jurassic Liars. He's a big.
I watch Zachary K. Hubbard.
But anyway. Well, yeah. Yeah.
I got this
numerology
guy.
Is amazing. It's amazing. There's so much in there. But yeah, I
feel like we met before, Anomaly Bear. Is my voice familiar to you? I felt like I heard you somewhere before.
Nah, the only other show I've called into is Zachary's, the gematria guy.
You ever been on Peanuts?
On what?
Peanuts. There's a dude named. I guess this is my group, Peanuts.
No, I haven't. I've gotten this little tiff with this dude online today about seismic propagator models using a spherical geometry, and they are accurate over short distances, but retain their accuracy over longer distances.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever gotten to the seismic wave argument with anybody? Because I'm kind of stumped on it. I mean, I'm sure there's. I'm sorry.
Well, no, the seismic stuff is kind of near and dear to my heart because I've worked as a seismic engineer for a little while. Definitely not an expert in its acquisition because I just processed the data after it came out from the field. What's that?
Seismic, like like earthquakes.
Yes, earthquake is one impulse. So the way seismic works, it's broadly speaking what are called inverse problems, and so. When there's an impulse, let's just use an earthquake as one example of an impulse, or for what I worked on in seismic imaging, they would literally sometimes put dynamite, like something in the ground to produce an explosion, which will create, seismic waves, sound waves. And then that will propagate through the subsurface. And then they'll have literally recorders on the surface at whatever distances they want to sample to understand the subsurface. And they would listen to like the result of that shock. And then that data would get sent to a processing center where I used to work, and then we would produce images of the subsurface. And so the impulse can be an earthquake, but the difficulty with an earthquake is you don't know the exact what's called impulse response. But other forms like a dynamite or some other thing that they use in water when they're doing that, when they're surveying, in the ocean, they'll use a very controlled shock thing that they can understand what its frequency response is, and then they would then produce images. And so what I've seen though in my history is I've never heard anybody talk about correcting for earth curve producing those images. I've never heard that. We never did that in the processing that I processed that data, and so that's all I really got. And when I was doing a propagation, what are called migrations, I never counted for earth curve. Like we never did that. I mean, I didn't code the ray tracer myself, the seismic ray tracer, obviously, but I used it, and we never accounted for like the earth curving or anything like that. So
one thing
I don't know how somebody can come up with that argument.
One thing I noticed he said that is kind of like not too firm about his claim, because he's obviously like a geologist. This dude knows the lingo really well. But he says, like, for instance, detonations of nuclear devices can be located accurately and yada 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 on spherical models. But it makes me think like, okay, so you're definitely getting your information from like one of the big brother agencies, because no like regular geologists just can go detonate a nuke and test it. And so it's like, it's kind of like taking the Rockefeller education test, and saying, I've passed the test, so it must be true. And
that's what his argument was. That's kind of insane, actually, dude. That's wild. That because the model, the geometry of the earth, he would, unless he knew the details of what I call the inverse problem, how would he know what assumptions were made, in that ray tracing and in that
Right.
You know, that algorithm. There's no way he would know. And
He
for
read
me,
it.
again, yeah.
He read it in like a popular science magazine, maybe, or
Yeah, probably. It would again be very, very obvious if that was the case, that if the earth is curved, that people would know. You know, like I said, if I have friends who are pilots, I've done a little, you know, modest amount of work, 3 years of doing that kind of seismic stuff. It would have come up. Like somebody somewhere would be like, this is where the ray, we account for earth curve and this. And so me personally, I can testify that I haven't done that. So yeah, that sounds like the Kool-Aid answer when somebody says what you just said.
yeah. I just didn't really know how to deal with him because he's got a huge. He's very well versed in it. You know, lots of big words.
Yeah.
I don't. You know, if he wants to go down through masonry, I can keep up with people, but you know, I can't keep up with geologists and stuff.
I do have a video on my channel about moon bounce, and I use my electrical engineering background to debunk that, or give people a way to have a conversation with people who think that moon bounce is some proof for the distance of the moon and all that, using RF. And so that is, you know, not what they tell us, you know, the way that they describe that communication problem. You need to know characteristics of the moon in order to do that.
Hey, Mondegard, I'm here. Thank you.
Hey, Aaron, what's up, man?
What's going on, brother?
Same, dude. Just some new faces here on this channel, but you know, just doing the same old stuff, man. You're a flat earther, I'm assuming?
I follow you. Yeah, on all the platforms. Absolutely. When you wreck all the Globers, right?
We have a lot more confidence in the flat earth these days, man. So it's not bad.
Yeah,
But
thanks to you. Yeah, thanks to you, and just information that's coming out, man. Still there?
yep.
Okay, yeah. Thanks to you, and information is coming out, and yeah, all these shows they're trying to put out now to debunk you. You know, basically you, Travis. You know, they're
It's
just
bad,
trying
man. It's
show
bad
some-
time to be a ball earther.
Yeah.
It's a bad time,
Exactly.
man. I don't know, man. Like it's been an interesting journey in flat earth. It's been a lot of ups and downs where I felt like the debate was just very unfocused and all that. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who's felt that. But, you know, again, for those people who have a spiritual tie into all this, like, it's not something that if God were to release this can be done in such a flamboyant way, you know, in such a very overt way. It has to be done very, very carefully, because it is a truth that it's almost so powerful it's hard to even process it, honestly. But it's exciting, you know. I do believe for sure that we live on a flat stationary Earth at this point. But yeah, Anomaly, I'm not sure if I answered your question or that kind of thing, but I think you're good with that argument. Anytime, even I've heard conspiracy cats talk about earthquakes and seismic waves, and then I press him a little bit in chat in one of the messages about his understanding about processing seismic data, and they don't know what's going on. They don't know what a reverse time migration is. They don't know anything about seismic data, processing it, handling it, any of that. They have no idea. So
What about what?
That's what. Sorry.
Go ahead.
That's what I don't like about some of dealing with some of the Globers. They're like incredibly high IQ'd sometimes, so they can retain a lot of information.
yeah,
But it's like if you start off with a lie and build off of the lie,
yeah,
you just sound really smart, but you sound smart talking about the wrong things. And then if I'm like, hey, have you heard of the black swan photo, or how can a horizon be past 9.41 miles? And then they have like all the regular, it's probably refraction. I'm like, no, you don't understand. No. Then they can't get the simple thing, the geometric horizon. They can't get that simple part of the cohesiveness.
That's why I posted those last two videos. It's for people.
Mind of God, real quick.
Yeah.
You know, P waves, S waves. You know, they're assuming that those travel over and they follow the curvature of a ball.
Yes, they do.
Right?
Yeah.
That's what they're assuming. And right, end of story. They're assuming that.
It doesn't work because
normally waves, right? Waves, sound waves, light waves, whatever it is, right? Travel in perpendicular lines.
Yeah, exactly. They don't have a natural desire to move direction, I think is the way I describe it. It can be in any sort of path radially. That's fine. We're comfortable with that. But the thrust of it, the center point of it, it doesn't have a desire naturally to change direction. Unless, like, for example, even in sound waves, it's the same thing. Like the density profile of the rocks, the lithology govern how that sound wave moves, and what it does. And it's the same thing with light rays. It's no different. Like, they're not going to move unless they have a reason to move. And so that's just the way it is. It's just a property of light and sound. And so, yeah, it's a horrible position to be in a baller because they need the rays to travel far distances, which are a big problem on the curved Earth, because we're seeing things really far, which really stretches their curve calculator. But even worse, it has to travel over a curve, which is not natural. Yeah.
Actually, it has to exit the rock and get to the curve, and then go back into the rock to get to their seismic, receptor. Right? I
can't even mentally think of a channel that would make a ray do that over the surface. Like, I don't even know what it'd have to be, like a series of mirrors or something. It's not good, and like they can't weasel out of it and say there's density layers and all that, because there's only about one layer near the surface of the water. So that black swan has been a big boost to their magic tricks that they're playing with people like Rumpus. What Anomaly Bear is getting at is they sound very authoritative, very confident. They want you to kind of go away and just trust what they're saying. But really, if you boil down to what they're saying and make them make a technical statement, which is what Oakley's trying to do now more than ever. Once they make a technical statement, we're allowed to take which side that we want on it. And I would just say, don't go on the side of curvy rays. Just don't. It's not a good idea. So,
Agreed.
Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, just first and foremost, the Earth is not moving. Hopefully that's self-evident, but we already have that in our code back. But yeah, the Earth is not. It's not curved.
Hey, something interesting about what we were talking about in the Bible, not to jump around too much.
Yeah.
But have you read the book of Enoch? How do you feel about that?
No, I haven't actually. I don't know much about it really at all.
So I just started hearing about it, and I haven't read it either. I have it on a playlist. I'm going to listen to it eventually, but
yeah,
I'm just kind of building off of what other people are saying right now. Just because I can get more information shot in one shot than actually reading it and dissecting it myself. So, but anyway, so there's a part in Genesis where it talks about the sons of God coming into the daughters of man, the Nephilim, right? And then that kind of just gets blown over, and most, behind most pulpits, that just kind of they just kind of glance over that or have a hogwash explanation for it.
Yeah.
And the book of Enoch, was referenced in the Bible, and it's Enoch. Wasn't he like Melchizedek's father, grandfather, or something? Wasn't he? He's older than.
I can search the genealogy or the genealogy.
Well, basically, what I've heard, and I might be wrong, but it's as far as the information I'm putting together and what I'm hearing some of the people I listen to talk about it. Is that it's like he's older than Noah, or I'm sorry, he's like one of Noah's lineages or something like that. But the book is supposed to be older, but what it talks about is the experience that the humans had with the fallen angels.
Okay.
And so, and like in the historicity of it is that we kind of, as the world got the information age, it got on the internet that Ethiopian Orthodox churches have it in their Bibles.
Yeah.
And Ethiopia is a pretty historical place in the Bible.
Yeah.
and so that it kind of validates itself as a credible source through that. Plus, it's mentioned in the Bible. Plus, Enoch's mentioned, and then the story of the relationship we had with the fallen angels, the sons of man had with the fallen angels and Nephilim, was like they were worshipped like gods. And then it kind of makes all the other mythologies and, like, you know, quote unquote mythologies make more sense. Like, you had the Mount Olympus gods, you had the Egyptian gods, and they were all very similar stories.
Mm-hmm.
And then it brings the Bible back into like it has a place in the world again, because you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think that it was hidden, and it was, you know, if the claims are true about it, you know, and I think it was definitely hidden by, you know, the Catholic Church, just like they've done some shady stuff, and you know, so I think that it makes sense that the enemy would want that information out, because it talks about the fallen angels teaching the sons of men to, like, make medicines and, like, do all kinds of stuff. And I'm not real well versed on it, but I just thought, since y'all were talking about the Bible earlier, it'd be
talking about the Book of Enoch.
Yeah, Book of Enoch.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, but like do you feel like that's canon?
Well, I never did at first, but then I found out that if this is true, that if it's in the Ethiopian Orthodox Bibles, then, you know, and the Catholic Bibles had it too, plus like a couple other books, and they took those out. And it's like, I think that people can definitely take things out, hide things, burn Bibles, all that, but they'll be cursed. You know, I think that you will pay. You'll have judgment for it, and you will face some things with God with that. But I believe the Bible has been preserved because it is truth, and it has so much truth. Men cling to truth.
Yeah.
I don't believe it's because
Anomaly Bear.
Yeah.
Anomaly Bear. If I can, mind of God, just stand back, listen. You're listening to a 3-part panel here, and you have all the knowledge. I know. And what's the other guy's name?
Okio.
Okonoka.
Oh,
okay.
Oki Mananoki. Or just call me Oki.
The idea, the script, Anomaly Bear.
Yep.
Isn't it interesting, right? First of all, when you read into it. So you just gave us what you read into a book called Enoch, right?
No, I just was here. I've been hearing about it. I've been hearing about it from a YouTuber I watch. He talks about it a lot.
Okay, cool. My name's Aaron, by the way.
What's up, man?
In Texas, and one of my points of view is when I read the text, and I don't read many of them. I don't. So unlike Mind of God, I'm not a broad viewer of the text. I just read one when I was young, and that's it. And I think that possibly I'm Jesus, right? The way it reads, not that me personally am Jesus, like your God or anything, but the way it reads is like I have to be pure, righteous, giving, learning. You know, I have to do all these things. You know, is that something that you're following or not?
Oh, I hear you, and I respect what you're saying for yourself. I understand where you're coming from, and I may have a different way of. I understand where you're coming from. I wouldn't personally say that, just out of respect for what he did, and you know what I'm saying. But I do understand where you're coming from, and I have a similar belief. I believe that we carry the Holy Spirit because Jesus said, You are light. You are our lights of the world. And I believe that. I believe that we are supposed to.
And the word and the hand. Right.
But Aaron, what's your what is that physically? Like, what do you mean by that? What statement you're making?
My meaning is that possibly the text that I've never read. Okay.
It's a good idea to read it, but keep going.
Yeah. Okay. But I went through Bible school, up until about 12 years old and shit. So,
okay.
but nothing that was serious,
Okay.
But after years of living and just thinking and then coming into flat Earth, going, you know what? The story tells me that we are the Word. We are the light. We are exactly what's presented to us in the text. It's individual, definitely individual, because your neighbor is going to kill you if you talk about it, But we are the ones that are slowly. You kind of feel what I'm saying there?
Yeah, we are. You're right. We're supposed to pick up our cross and follow Him, and we're supposed to live as Christ and to die as gain. But the thing is that we have to take an honest look at how much are we dying? How much are we putting ourselves out there to stand in front of the train that is the system?
How many followers did Christ have up to his cross?
A lot.
Yeah, he had quite a few.
Where were the disciples? They weren't there.
Sure,
right?
Yeah, and they denied, and one of them denied him. One of them turned his back on him, for sure, man. And that's my point: is the tree is in the garden. We can always go eat from that fruit, and that fruit is the knowledge of good and evil. So if we think we know what's good and what's evil, we're eating of that fruit. It's a metaphor. We can't truly live as Christ unless we go to the source and ask the source to reveal Himself to us what is good and stay humble. Because what I see a lot of people doing in the modern day New Age, I am Jesus kind of movement is they become very prideful and arrogant, and they leave behind them all of the good teaching that are in the scriptures. I would really hope, man, and pray that you do go read the Bible one day.
No. I'm not saying I am Jesus. I'm just saying
that's good.
In a textual manner, like when you read the Bible and you read the text, there is a higher power. Minor God made a statement earlier that I can't remember, but he said the creator or something like that.
Yeah,
I believe that. But the text could possibly relate to you and me and everyone on here, and all our neighbors and all the people here. What if we're all supposed to be the J word, right?
But let me just fast forward that a bit. What narrative do you want with that? I'll let you have that, even though I don't agree with it. What purpose do you want that to serve?
The purpose is to do right? To do good.
Here's the thing that whole line of thinking will not work, because the whole notion of good, when somebody comes up to Jesus and calls him good teacher, he's like, why are you saying that? Only God is good. And so what he means by that is only God is able to decide what is good and evil. And so for you and I to do whatever we do in our life, let's say we do the things that we believe are pleasing to Jesus, or like you're saying, like Jesus ourselves.
Let's call it will. Let's call it willpower.
Sure. That's the whole, that you actually just answered the question then. God's will, only He can decide what that is. And so that's the difficult thing really anybody has who tries to follow God, is that we don't actually know whether we are until God declares it. And that only happens when God declares it.
That's Judgment Day, right?
No, Judgment Day is for but we can go into that. But that's not what it is. Judgment Day is.
But I mean, mentally, for someone who does something wrong.
Yeah.
You know.
That's why I think people. We talked a little bit about reincarnation earlier. If you're open to watching the video on it or talking about it, that's important to understand judgment, because every time a spirit goes into a body, that's a new judgment from God, and everything that we experience is also a judgment. But what you're getting at, that's why getting into the Bible and getting into some of the deeper things, and I can help if I can in any way. You need to know that before you make statements like what you just said, which is just patently false.
State the statement so I can correct myself.
Our whole purpose on earth is not in any way to.
I didn't say that.
No, but let me finish my statement. Let's say our whole job or duty on the day to day to attempt to recreate, Jesus Christ's perfection in our life. First of all, can't happen because, like I said, we would not even be able to define what that perfection is, especially in the times that we live in now, but really the same throughout human history. We're in a fall.
I think you are Jesus Christ. That's what I think. You are Christ.
But Aaron, let me finish the point, because I think you're missing a few concepts that you need to know to understand the entire Bible. This realm that we live in is hell, according to the Bible. And then you also need to understand reincarnation to understand that there's a grooming or a judgment or a pruning happening. And so this fallen state, this place that we're in, is a form of conditioning. Ultimately, yes, to one day hopefully reconnect with Jesus Christ and be a part of his kingdom. But this time here on earth, sin is an important part of this. And so if you can accept this, we're actually here to understand everything by contrast to the way God is.
So what statement did I make that you want to correct me on so I can correct myself?
Our objective at the highest level of understanding of why we're here is to understand that our surroundings and everything that we do is in contrast to God.
You said I made a statement that you want to correct me on. Mind to God.
Well,
I would love to be corrected. I would love to be corrected.
I would say imagining a Christian as a vehicle of being Jesus Christ here on earth is not what we're able to do. That's my point.
No worries. Absolutely.
And
everything's fine, right?
It's not even that we can't strive for that, which we should. It's that first, we wouldn't even know if we were, because only God can declare that. And second, this whole realm is evil, and it's evil by design. That's my point.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so I'm not recommending people go and not try to do those things. But the thing about God and his definition of perfection through Jesus Christ, that is his expression of it in him. And so all of us who see that and appreciate that and are aware that that is the expression of perfection can share in that. And that part is up to God to decide how that works. But it's not our part to be inside of it, and to be that kind of thing.
I believe that Jesus and the Holy Spirit, the Trinity expression, is within you and me.
You don't know that.
All of us.
You're
on this panel. I know. I love to believe it. That's why I say I love to believe it.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. Nothing about God. Nothing about I am this. I am that.
Yeah.
But when it comes to reading something, right? It's a mental thing, right? You take in the text, you take it in, and you become what you've read. And so that's why I asked you, or proposition, possibly maybe you are Jesus. I'm Jesus in the text. The listeners on your show here, possibly, or even what we call a Jesus, not the, but just a.
I just don't understand what the whole point of that. I just don't understand what your whole narrative for that is. It's a
representation of our living Savior on land.
But
can we do that?
But
can we be that?
The only way you can know that, first of all, you obviously need to read the Bible for sure, but then you also need to have a very deep connection with that individual in order to know what he wants and doesn't want here on earth. And so there's no way that's for a very, very few people throughout human history. And I'm not claiming to be one of them. It's not for very, very many people. So that statement of being the very, very few people can mimic and even come close to what
a representation on land of our Savior. Why
no,
not?
my point is a majority of things on this earth are Antichrist. Majority. And it's been like that throughout human history.
I would definitely agree with you. Corporations, money.
No, the people. I'm talking in the church. Like, I'm talking about Christianity. I'm talking about
absolutely. C133.
I'm talking about the Hebrew. Exactly. I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelites. I'm talking about the Christian church, the Catholic church. I'm calling out everybody. Joel Osteen, all these people. They don't. A lot of them are ballers.
I agree.
A lot of them are ballers. A lot of them do not speak a word against the poor and help them in any way. A lot of them do not speak out against the mark of the beast. A lot of them do not understand God's judgment, which is poised to be against America. They do not speak out against homosexuality. They do not love their enemies like Jesus requires. No one does this, man. Like, I'm not trying to get angry at you, but you're making a statement that you're not giving Jesus enough credit. And I don't want that on this channel ever, because that's what everybody else is doing. And I don't do that. And so you can make your statement, but I have to refute it vigorously, because what you're saying, you're diluting the incredible amount of work that Jesus Christ did, not just on the cross, but throughout his life. And it's not reproducible. It's not. Are we required to be perfect? Yes. The Most High God says that in the Bible, to be perfect like your heavenly Father is perfect. But that requires loving your enemies. We can barely even love people around us that care about us.
Man,
that. So,
my God, if you can correct me, and I'll take the correction. How did I say that Jesus on your channel was disrespected in any moment or anything?
It would be like saying it's an equivalent thing to say there's this great scientist, this mathematician, he's so brilliant, I want to embody that and go be that, but I don't know math nearly as well as that person and never will. It's like that to an infinite degree with Jesus Christ. So do we read about him and worship him and admire him? And like I read earlier in Psalms 44, continue singing his praise forever? Yes. Do we do whatever we can to ask him, hey, I have this situation. You did this in your day. How can I model that in my life, and ask God to give you wisdom? Yes, that is absolutely the requirement of a Christian. But to say in any way that a person's life, even somebody righteous like John the Baptist, mimic Jesus's work, you can't say that, because that hurt what he went through. As much as people don't care, whatever, he's just a joke, yada, yada, yada. No, he suffered pain and punishment by the very people that he came to love. And then he asked God to forgive him with his last breath. That is not a human thing. That is not a human thing. That is not a human thing. No person even has the energy to will be able to express those words, much less say them sincerely. And so that's the part where Jesus Christ, as much as we need to model what he does, the overarching vibration for a true Christian is worship.
Jesus says he is within you.
Yes.
He is within you, right? So everything you just said there about the pain, the tribulations, trials, all this stuff, it's within you.
No, he says it's here. Here's what Jesus says love is. He says to his disciples,
I am within you.
No,
I am you.
Phase one, let me finish. Dude. From somebody who's read the Bible, just listen for a second. He says, if you love me, keep my commandments. What were his commandments? They were many of them. They're all the ones that I just said that he did. He loved
also said, I am you.
Let me finish my point, man. You just listen, man. First of all, you're coming on here with a point that doesn't make any sense. So I'm helping, but listen to this. You cannot come on a channel like mine and dilute the work of Jesus Christ. I will under no circumstances allow that. So let me check what you're saying. 1 second. I want you to understand, Jesus Christ did not go and say, everybody out there who sends flowers to somebody else is my disciple and I'm in them. No, he says, if you love me, keep my commandments. What are his commandments? He talks about loving your enemies. He talks about being humble. He talks about taking care of the poor, the widows, and all the list of things, forgiving people thousands of times, all the time, over and over. Somebody slaps you on one side, give them the other cheek. These are things that we don't know as Christians, as normal people, how to process those in our day-to-day. It's impossible. There's so many different things that we don't know how that applies to us on the day-to-day. Does God's Spirit work with us for those who care and want to do the right thing? Yes, he will give us the right way to respond, even if it's against the way that the world operates. Can we create an entire narrative of perfection throughout our entire life? No. Very few people on earth even care about that, and very few people on earth even go along that line. And so, no, that's not true. I just worry that what you're doing is you're replacing Jesus's commandments, many of them, with just a very, very watered down version of just being a lovey-dovey fairy tale kind of person. Jesus Christ is described in the book of Revelation as coming back in incredible anger to destroy all of those who killed him, and pierced him. And then obviously who gets destroyed is up for the Most High to decide, but he's not what you're portraying, and then if you do want everybody to be loving. I'm not being. Last point. If you do want somebody to, quote, love the way Jesus loves, you have to understand the way he thinks. And so it's not just love the way you think it's love. Love also involves judgment. And then that is what I would highly recommend you read and go through the entire Bible from beginning to end, because God is a God of judgment. Actions happen that he obviously narrates, and then he judges them. And then that happens over and over again throughout human history. I believe the Bible talks about a final judgment, and I believe we're living in that one right now. And you need to understand that. I want you to be very, very careful with the words that you use, especially if you haven't read the Bible and read it recently. Those statements that you're making are actually disrespectful to the God of the Bible, because the things that he did in order for him to love the way that he did, it requires perfection. It requires being an entity that is very, very different than what's around us. And so the closer you get to Jesus Christ, the more you'll actually see that all the love that's around you and in the world right now is actually a perverted version of it. It's actually a disgusting version of it. And then you will, however far along you go in your faith, you will see the way that Jesus loved as the best way, and then you will try and mimic it as much as you can.
Mind to God, we're on the same team.
No, we're not. No, we already are not. But keep going. That's fine.
But okay, can I have like 1 second?
Go maybe? For it. I'm not on the team that made the statement that
Lord Jesus Christ said that I am the way, the truth, the light, and the word, and he said I am. So that's all I'm saying, is that possibly in my derelict reading of the of the scriptures, I take that as face value, the light, the truth, the word, and I am.
Yeah, that's what he said.
So that possibly I might be Jesus. Like, why not?
I don't understand why.
I'm not saying that I'm the savior for you or anything, but just in my own life.
We know that. We know that. The only problem is anybody who makes a statement like that, and then this is the same ruffling that happened with his disciples when they asked, "Can we be on your left and right hand when you return in glory?" He checked them quickly. He said, "Can you drink of this cup?" Because the love and the things that is required to hang around Jesus Christ is not the way the world teaches. That's my point, and I don't think you quite get that, is that Jesus Christ is not the way that people have presented him to you in the mainstream.
I treat my neighbors very well, right? I treat my left hand and right hand very well.
Again, this is not a shot to you. I'm not even critiquing your life. I'm just telling you, in order for you to understand what it means to treat your neighbor the way that Jesus wants, he has to tell you directly, because I'm telling you, there are times where it's not just going to be the quote love. It's going to be judgment. It's going to be challenging them. It's going to be.
What about the truth part?
Dude, you don't let me finish a statement, man. Just listen, like from somebody who has read the Bible, think about what I said. First of all, your statement carries no substance whatsoever. So don't cling to it because it's ridiculous. But I just want you, just let me finish my statements, man. Like when you make a statement like that, you want to be Jesus Christ. You want to feel like he's in you. You want to represent.
No, don't tell me. You said you, not me. Not me. I'm not Jesus. Okay.
We know that.
I told you when I read the scripture, it says he is the light, the truth, and the word, and I am. Okay. That's it. Go.
Yeah. And so he is. He existed. He's eternal. And so, these are all things that it's difficult for us to wrap our mind around. My only worry with the language that you're using is I've never actually heard it before, and I've heard a lot of strange things, but just don't go there. Like, there's no reason to make those statements. They're not theologically sound. They don't make any practical sense. You don't know if Jesus is in you. You don't know whether the things that you're doing are pleasing to him until he actually declares it to you. Do you want him to work with you throughout your life? And do you petition him through prayer and fasting? Yeah, absolutely, do that. But God has made this a mystery on purpose. He's not sitting by us guiding every single step and giving us a report card every 5 minutes. That's by design. That's why this whole thing involves faith and all that. So I just worry, don't feel like you're embodying a spirit that does not live in very many things on earth right now.
You're taking my Jesus away from me. Right? Yes, I am. I have a Jesus in my heart, and you're taking it away, saying I have to read a book first. I have to read a book first to find out if I'm saved or not, or if I have Jesus or not. Even though I have it right here in my, I can feel it in my mind.
I know what that is, and it's not Jesus. I know that for a fact. Jesus right now, in the end times that we live in, is poised to judge the world with his anger. And so you would not.
No, Jesus is not an angry guy. He's not angry.
Now I know you haven't read the Bible, dude. You should definitely read it. Go through some of the videos I posted recently.
I've been there.
Like, why would he? I'm a very sinful person, and I look around the world right now, and I'm completely disgusted by it. Why do you think that Jesus would be happy about it when he's infinitely more righteous than me? Where is it?
Because you are failing. You as a person are failing.
No,
you as Jesus on earth are failing to stand up to the corruption that's happening on this earth. That's why this shit's happening.
No, the Bible.
You in your heart are failing.
No, you don't.
God. Yes, you are.
Aaron, I'm telling you. Let me finish my point. The Bible says that God is behind this. So you don't understand. Jesus Christ is the one who is protecting.
Okay? You're not standing up. Neither am I. I'm being a bad guy. Right? we should be standing up to all this fucking bullshit that's going on.
You're not even listening to what I'm saying, man. So I'll let you guys wrap up with any final thoughts. You need to, if you're actually interested in having, quote, Jesus live in you, that's a very, very high calling. That is not for very many people. It
is high, and it is true, actually.
I know just by the fact that you interrupt me, you're not interested in learning. So you can go round out your statements, and I'm going to close out.
You had 90 minutes of talking. I had 10. Come on.
But my main issue, and you may not know the full history, this channel, I will never for a second give anybody a voice on this channel, even if I'm the only person speaking on this channel to nobody. No one is going to come here on my little small channel and say anything that will dilute the work of Jesus Christ. I don't care who you are. I don't care. And so somebody comes here and says, Jesus lives in all of us. Jesus lives in me. I try and help my neighbor out. Those are all good things. I would never argue that. But to go and say that Christ living in you is the thing that is motivating you and limit Christ to being embodied by you, that's not the way it works.
I actually said that you are Christ.
Yeah, and that's a blasphemous statement because that is not true. It's not. Christ, the Bible even says God does not dwell in anything that is made by humans. And so God dwells in heaven. He's the spirit. He lives outside of all of this. Which, dude, you don't even let me finish my statement, man. Like, what is your theology? Why are you coming on here? What purpose does this platform that you coming, like, what do you want to convince people?
I love what you say on other platforms.
Well, I think it's awesome. Like, this is just like, treat this like anything else. If you were to go and like find something interesting that I say about, let's say, physics, and then I'm referencing a book like physics, a physics textbook, you would go read that textbook first, right? Before you wanted to ask me more and learn more. The Bible is a book that is, like you just said, is accessible. Everybody can go read it. So read it. You're going to find that you don't know actually as much as you know. And I'm not saying that to be arrogant, but you got to dig in, man. Like, in order to understand the cold mind of God, which is what I call my channel, there's a lot of moving parts. He doesn't tell us everything, but you need to understand certain things about your surroundings. You need to understand why there's evil, and you need to start thinking about the exceptional amount of righteousness that was expressed on the cross. And I don't think you fully get that. I'm not saying it's hidden to you forever, but You need to know that that is a very, very unique entity who underwent a tremendous amount of physical pain. And then that will never be diluted in any way on this channel. And so all we can do is worship that. That's it. And that worship will motivate us to be a better person, a quote, better person under his framework of what is better. And we don't always even know what that is. So we have to consult him in the spirit. So that's the language that a person would use if they wanted to have Christ associate with them, which I think is a better term. And so don't do that. Like, just, you can do that wherever you want. I don't care. But don't use that language amongst people, because it's not just confusing, it's completely satanic. And so just don't. You know, you might as well just go and say that the earth is a ball, and all this kind of stuff. Like, it's just a complete lie. It doesn't help anybody on the day-to-day. It could give them a false sense of their works, which may be evil, actually being good. You don't want to do that. You know, just, I can't dictate your life, but just go in a manner and ask God and tell God what you know, which is very little, and we all have very little knowledge. And then ask him to build upon that, man. Don't start saying all these things like Christ is in us, you're Christ, I'm Christ, all this kind of stuff. That's just foolishness. You know, that doesn't make sense anyway, from a purely like a physics perspective. God cannot take himself in little pieces and put little droplets in all of us, you know, like we're little cups. No, Christ lives outside of this realm. He has access to the Father who created all things, and we live in this earthly realm. You know, and I believe that this realm is a conditioning for certain people that will accept the conditioning from Christ himself. And then it's a preparation for something else that we don't know. That's the narrative. That's what it is. So if you do have the desire to dwell and sup with Christ in a personal way, like being a prophet, being a teacher, something like that, where God can use you, you have to clean up your house and make it spotless. That's the way it is with God. He will not accept things that are unclean. You can't do it for any financial reasons. You obviously have to know the Bible at a deep level and that kind of thing. And so, you know, just know that that's the requirement. And this is not a shot to you. This is more my frustration with really all of us as a people. Everybody has made Jesus Christ into like just a joke, you know, he's just a little meme. He's a poster. You know, Jesus, I got this theology today. I'm going to throw it your way. And like Jesus sit there clapping, you know, oh, great. Oh, man. Wow. Awesome. You know, you did that. Great. You got a new idea today. Oh, okay. I'm Jesus. Everybody's Jesus today. Okay. That's great. I want people to know.
So what do you have?
Wait,
what do you have?
1 second.
You don't even have a meme.
Okay. So I just want to get this final point out. I want people to know that whole initiative really that's happening in the world right now, and I've been guilty of it at some point in my life as well, and hopefully not anymore, but that is a general vibe in the world right now to make Christ relatable, approachable, and really anything goes. And I want people to know you can either learn that now that that's not true, or the Bible says you learn it through pain. And I just don't want people to do that. Like, why? Why test a God who has made the entire earth and all people?
Your government glorifies. In God we trust, right?
All right. So I had to kick him, not because like, you know, it's he's being excessively rude, but I just need to make sure I get this point across as I close out. Because again, I want people can come on here and say different things. That's totally fine. But I want people to know, and this will probably limit the people that want to ever come here. And I have no issues with that. I will preach here, 0 people watching. I have no issues with that. But no one can come here and start diluting the work of Christ and who he is as a person. I will never allow that. And I don't want that vibration anywhere around me, because it's everywhere. It's like everywhere in the world. It's again, the Hebrews, it's with the Christian church, it's with the Catholic church, it's with everybody. It's with flat earthers, every person who has their hand on the Bible. I just do not want that. This place, anybody who is interested in this channel is going to know that Jesus Christ is a very, very sacred entity. And really for the people that are going to come here and actually find some kind of comfort, he's really our only hope. You know, and I keep harping on that. People don't get it. They still keep coming here and saying nonsense. I don't want people to come here, and I don't say this in any rude way. This is not a place for people who are looking for like drive-by scriptures or a little, you know, tug on the hope rope. You know, hopefully I'll offer that, but this is a very, very different place for a very, very small group of people who really, really, really want to reconnect with the entity that made them. And so I believe that is Jesus Christ. And so I want that to be known. Sorry for that incredibly long monologue, but I hopefully it's clear. There is a general vibe in the world right now. Don't care about God. Jesus Christ didn't exist. Jesus Christ is my homeboy. Jesus Christ gave me a blowjob. Jesus Christ isn't everybody. God loves everybody and all that kind of stuff. That is, you're better to go somewhere else. You know, let Jaron say that if he wants, while he has the time to make those blasphemous statements. Go to Jaron's channel, you know, and listen to that. That is not the vibe that will ever get a voice here on this channel, even if I'm the only person preaching it. I'll let people say their final words and I'll close out. I might have lost people. I don't know if Oki or Anomaly's even here, but
I'm here.
okay.
Well, I wanted to say that yeah, it was pretty good stream. I like the fact that you stand up for what you believe in, and for Jesus, that's pretty good. Yeah, he did seem a little weird. I won't say he was weird, you know, mean, but he was kind of weird. He gave a weird vibe a little bit, but yeah, I thought it was a pretty good show. If you're going to close it, I wish it was a little bit longer though. I'm enjoying listening to it, but I just want to know if you are closing this soon. Like, when are you planning to do another live stream? Like, you know,
okay, I normally do one every week, and so you know, I typically will open the panel up afterwards and stuff. So it is an open panel, but I'm realizing more and more that might get me in trouble. But I'll try and be as diplomatic as I can with people. But I want people to know, even the guy earlier, Cage, like he talked about simulation. I have no issues with it as long as they're putting those ideas out there. But I'm not giving them, this is not a platform for people to come and share their ideas on simulation. Like in any real, like evangelical pushing it apologetics kind of way. They can talk about that, you know, if that's their journey, and that's totally fine. But there's absolutely no way that those kind of videos and stuff will get played here. But yeah, so I do streams weekly and stuff, and you know, you're welcome if you ever want to rejoin.
So like normally Saturdays or what? Yeah.
I normally put a notification, so it's like Saturday evenings, like usually 5 or 6 Central.
I gotta wait a while. I'm enjoying it. It's kind of sad. I enjoy it. It's pretty good. Cool. Oh, what color is your? I know it's kind of random, but what color is your shirt?
Why do you ask that?
I just want to know.
Okay, I'll let Anomaly close out, man, and take care.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll creep you out with that. It just looked the purple. This is my favorite color.
So Anomaly, dude, what's up, man? So I'm gonna close out.
Yeah.
Thanks again for joining, man. If you have any closing.
No, man, that was really cool. This is actually my second time ever checking you out, and it was pretty cool because I got to get a good look at your heart, man. You know, and it came out in you know, the form of defending the person that I love the most, man. And so it was really good. I'm going to be listening to you more, dude. I really appreciate you having me on. I'd like to get on here sometime with you and talk Romans 13. It was a huge stumbling block at my men's group. And yeah, so just whenever, man. I'm usually going to work. I'm usually going to bed way earlier than this. I work really early, but
okay,
I'll find time to get on here. This was pretty fun. So
good. All right, man. Yeah, I'm glad it was educational and all that. So I may have to be a little bit more careful who I let on the panel. I think again, I have no issues with people coming and sharing ideas, but I cannot let those ideas kind of exert themselves in any way. So I have to maybe be a bit more careful. But yeah, man, you know, if you ever have specific questions about the Bible or want to go through a chapter or whatever, that's totally fine.
Yeah, I would suggest to you, man, if somebody's like that stubborn after you've addressed it 3 times, 3 strike, you're out. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, there's no shame in just like everybody else that's on the other side of the argument can see like, hey, this isn't going anywhere. Yeah. It's like, you don't feel bad for like, you didn't give him a chance to, he just kept saying the same thing. You know, no, you're Jesus, I'm Jesus. It's like, no, bro, like we're not cool with that. I'm not cool with that. You know, you're not cool with that. And
no, Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah.
You know, it's I kind of know the way it is. Again, I'm not trying to say I know everything, but I know these trolls are here for a particular purpose. I use any of those interactions to just try and explain my viewpoint. So I agree. I kind of know what you're saying. Like it becomes unfruitful at some point for sure. But yeah, I get, you know,
I think it went the right distance though, because you got to convey some really deep things that needed to be said anyway. I don't know if you heard me, but I was kind of like, yeah, preach, man. Cause like, especially when you started going after the church, and even like you first attacked the Christians, which I was like, man, it made me just want to stand up and like kick my chair over. I was so proud of you, dude. Cause that's how, like, we're supposed to hold each other at a higher standard. And that's, like you said, that's not the case. Like, we really let each other get away with too much bogusness. We're too afraid to confront each other. We're too afraid. And one of the first things that God hates is the cowardly, you know? Yeah. And so, I mean, yeah, man, I really liked getting a look into your heart right there. And it was really cool. So everything happens for a reason. And
all right, man. Great chat. Right. Take care. Peace.
You too, man.
Bye. Okay. So, yeah, that was an interesting stream. Yeah. So just for people out there, you know, I think it's pretty clear, I think, for the few people that know the kind of things that I'm into. You know, I just, I'm not trying to say this to try and get people to not come here or come here. It's, I'm very, very aware that my message is not for very many people. And I've realizing more and more, and these hangouts are confirming that it's not a message that is very broad, you know, broad reaching. And I know that that's just the way it is. And I'm comfortable with that. It's not even for very, very many people to even understand the kind of things that I share, but it's very, very precious. I think for people to enjoy really anything on my channel, they'd have to be curious about the book of Revelation as being something that we can understand, and then potentially narrating the things that are going on earth right now. And so I think going forward, if I do these streams, I'll just maybe ask people if they have specific questions, and then, you know, what specific topic they actually want to discuss. But you know, for people out there, I do get defensive when people start saying things about Jesus and, like, you know, just whatever goes kind of thing. You know, it's better to maybe ask me a specific question than think that this platform will be used for that kind of stuff. You know, it won't. Like, if you're a person that is absolutely stuck on Jesus being white, you're not going to like it here. You know, you're just not. Eventually, one of us are just going to have to say something that we don't like, you know? And so that in and of itself limits the amount of people that are interested in a channel like mine. And I'm not, you know, ashamed of it, you know, or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to hide it, or I know that Jesus Christ was a dark-skinned person. And I know that even dark-skinned people will be offended by that. And for people who do not think that Jesus Christ is coming to judge the world, or express his judgment, you know, towards things and people and nations that he dislikes, that also is not really a good place for you, you know, to come here and all that kind of stuff. So again, I'm trying to be as open as I can to listen to people, but the stance that I have on the world and the Bible is fairly set, you know, and so it's unlikely for me to find somebody who has thought about the things that I share more than I have. And I don't say that in an arrogant way. I just say that in a factual way, that I have looked into these things at a very, very deep level. And so, you know, you can come here and get a bit of like inspiration and hopefully encouragement, and definitely do that. But the narrative that the Bible has set through the book of Revelation, I believe, is playing out literally right before our eyes. And so that's the only thing that's interesting for me. You know, like, the AI stuff and the simulation stuff is more just like, it's like a very, very small % chance, in my opinion, that is anything that is needed for us to go through life in a way that is biblical. And so I just put that out there. That's what interests me. I already know that that's not very interesting to a lot of people, but for those people who are into that, you know, definitely, you know, I'll keep trying to share new things related to that. And, you know, I think what I've realized more and more in the world is that the Bible is very, very close to just become a joke, you know, and it's exciting because if the God of the Bible is going to act, he's going to have to act fairly soon, because from what I can sense really in these hangouts and just in general in the world, very, very few people care, but I do, you know, I do care a lot about the Bible and the God of it. So I'm going to leave it at that. This was a very long hangout, so appreciate people who came by. Amanda, can you do twice a week? I don't know if I'll have enough to say to do twice a week. I'm kind of struggling with it now. I may go through another book from beginning to end just to kind of add some continuity to it. But we'll see. You know, I think once a week is enough. But if you have any specific questions, Amanda, about, you know, the Bible or anything, it doesn't have to be public. You can just email me. You know, and then I may do a lesson on it if it makes sense, or if you just want to ask me something offline. I think those interactions are also valuable, and you know, that kind of thing. But all right, people. Hope everyone's doing well, and take care. Bye.